Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who may not recognize me, I'm Ed Griffin, and I'm the coordinator of the seminar. How's everyone feeling? Wait till you're done with this program. The subject of money, isn't it a great subject? Everyone's interested in it. No one has any of it. And it's a very mysterious thing. And I think sometimes the mystery is definitely not warranted. I think it's the idea of a mysterious subject is planted in our minds by the monetary scientists who don't want too many people understanding what they're up to. We have developed around us what I would think of as the high priests of finance. And they like to keep their numbers very, very small. But you know, the subject of money really isn't as complicated as you might think. It's like so many other subjects. When you get into it and you just bulldog through the nomenclature and get through all the buzzwords and weed out the mumbo-jumbo, you suddenly wake up in the middle of the night one night and say, oh, is that what they were talking about? And it's just that simple. Sometimes you do have to bulldog it quite a bit, but I hope that we can do a lot of bulldogging here today, and at the end of this session you'll say, that wasn't so difficult after all. But the hard part about comprehending the subject of money is that it is, by definition, an incredible tale. Incredible meaning unbelievable. The subject matter that I'm going to be covering today is literally incredible to most people. It is unbelievable to the average man. And for that reason, knowing that we're going uphill against credibility, a lot of what I'm going to be covering today is perhaps going to be bogged down with quotations and references, and we'll have to prove our way as we go. I'm hoping there are quite a few skeptics in the audience today. I hope we're not just talking among ourselves. And for the skeptics, I'll try and be a little defensive in the documentation and bore you with a lot of quotations. This seminar is based on certain assumptions. There are 4 of them. The first assumption is that the present monetary system is in crisis, and we believe that it's going to collapse very soon and be replaced by a new monetary system. The second assumption is that this collapse will be sudden and cataclysmic. It will, in fact, destroy the middle class, or most of it, leaving behind only the rich and the poor. The third assumption is that most people will not be able to protect themselves against this crisis, mainly because they are ignorant of what is happening to them. They are ignorant because of various reasons, but the fact is they just don't know why the crisis has arrived, and therefore they won't know what to do about it. In fact, they will follow the advice of the same monetary scientists who brought about the crisis in the first place, and they won't have a chance. The fourth assumption is that if we take a little time and a little effort and study history, monetary history, it is possible to come to certain conclusions and enlightenments, and it is possible for the average person, regardless of his economic status, to develop a financial plan, as you will, to protect himself in the event of this collapse. That's what this seminar is all about. As we tried to make clear in our promotional material, this is not a doom and gloom approach, although much of it is going to be very doomy and gloomy. We do think that it is possible for people to do very well in this. And we do not need to feel guilty about profiting or doing better than our fellow man. I don't think we need to. You might be interested to know that out of all of the thousands of invitations that we sent out to this seminar, only about 2% responded. That means 98% aren't interested for whatever reason. Maybe we didn't do a very good job with the brochure, but I think we did. The fact is most people are not interested, or they are afraid of the subject because they feel that it's too complicated for them, or more likely than not, they are simply not interested in making the effort to become informed. So be it. This is their choice, and they will be among the ones who fall, and it will be up to us who perhaps do a little bit better to be charitable to them. But don't feel sorry for them. It's their choice. That's a hard position, but this is one of the first psychological insights that you must prepare yourself with as we go further on this material and we talk about what is going to happen in the future. You have to steel yourself psychologically to certain realities, no matter how unpleasant they may be. One more warning before we get down to it. You may think as we progress through this session that I have wandered from the topic because we'll go into so much history, and you may think, well, what's that got to do with the present monetary crisis? I would just like to assure you that everything I am talking about today has a direct bearing on the present monetary crisis, and when we reach the end of this presentation, I trust that you will see how it all comes together. One more thing I must tell you, and that is that we could talk for perhaps a week on the subject of money. We have to narrow the scope of this presentation. We're not going to delve into fractional reserve banking or so much of the history of gold and coins and so forth, simply because there isn't time to do so. It's an important study, but perhaps not as important as some of the things we'll be covering. The point is that we will be narrowing the focus of this seminar down to one specific category of information, and this is it. We'll be talking about the quiet conquest of the American people by an international cabal which exercises its power through the secret science of creating money. Now I have to define the word cabal. According to the American Heritage Dictionary, the word cabal is defined as a conspiratorial group of plotters and schemers. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the most accurate definition I could possibly find for the group of people about whom we will be talking this morning. Now, there are three kinds of conquest. I said that the American people had been quietly conquered. There are three kinds of conquest. First, there is military, the old-fashioned style of conquest. That is not what we're talking about today. Then there is psychological conquest. This can take many forms. Perhaps the most prevalent form that we can observe in the world today is the advance of international communism, which, as you know, does not conquer its enemies or its victims by military means, although that is a background part of the strategy. The primary conquest is done through the mind, by softening up the target nation, lowering their will to resist, and conquering the minds and the loyalties of the idealistic young people who will then go out and dedicate their lives and even sacrifice their lives, if necessary, for a utopian dream of world communism, socialism, brotherhood, equality, justice, and all this sort of thing, which of course is a sham, but these idealists do not know that. They have been conquered psychologically and turned into automatons on behalf of the communist empire. As important a subject as that is, it is not the topic of our seminar this morning. The third kind of conquest is the one which is given the least amount of attention, and that is economic conquest. Economic conquest allows control of a population without resentment on the part of the population, because the masses are simply not aware of the fact that they have been conquered. Therefore, they don't realize that they have masters. Their rulers and their masters are invisible to them, or at least to all but about 1% of that population. And that is the kind of conquest which we will be talking about today. The purpose of this seminar is to strip away the veil of secrecy and mystery and invisibility to this cabal, so you can see exactly who they are and how they operate. And then we will talk at the conclusion of the seminar about ways to protect yourself against it and ultimately to destroy it. Now, what evidence is there that such a cabal exists? I think that's a good starting point, especially for the skeptic. We don't want to step over that very important issue. Don't take my word for it. There are people who are far more qualified to speak on that subject than I. After all I have done is read about it, research it, and report it to you. But for the skeptic, there is a very interesting and important book called Tragedy and Hope, written by Professor Carroll Quigley. I'm sure many of you in this audience are familiar with this book, but for those of you who are not, it is definitely worth taking a moment to describe. This book, 1,348 pages of dry history, I might say, the history of Western civilization. Much of it is centered around this group, this cabal, and its impact on world affairs. Now, who was Quigley and what gives him the authority to talk about this group? Quigley he's deceased now. When he wrote this book, he was professor of history at Georgetown University. He was on the editorial board of the monthly periodical Current History. He was a lecturer and consultant for such organizations as the Industrial College of the Armed Forces, the Brookings Institution, the U.S. Weapons Laboratory, the Naval College, the Smithsonian Institute, and the State Department. He was closely associated with many of the family dynasties that are associated with this cabal. He was definitely on the inside of this group, and he was a friendly apologist. On page 950 of his book, this is what he said, quote, "I know of the operations of this network because I have studied it for 20 years and was permitted for 2 years in the early 1960s to examine its papers and secret records. I have no aversion to it or to most of its aims, and have for much of my life been close to it and to many of its instruments. In general, my chief difference of opinion is that it wishes to remain unknown." Now, Quigley describes this group not with the word cabal. After all, he's friendly to it. He describes them, interestingly enough, as international bankers. I say interestingly because that is a phrase that many of us have been reading over and over in some of the wild literature that we all get. That the international bankers are coming, and you have to sort of back off and wonder if these people really know what they're talking about, because every third word is underlined and every other word is in bold letters, and it's not a very credible piece of literature, but these people are always talking about the international bankers. I say this because it is a fact that for years I shied away from this subject, mainly because of this kind of literature. Well, it's interesting to me that Quigley calls them international bankers. They're not bankers, as we'll see in a moment. They are international, but the word bankers is not the right word for them, because frankly they don't operate banks. They are really financiers. Quigley calls them international bankers. Now, these are not the local commercial bankers that you and I deal with every week or so. This is not the friendly guy that sits across the desk from you and negotiates a loan for your automobile. These are in a whole different category by themselves. Historically, these international bankers or financiers include such names as Baring, Ambrose, Lazard, Erlanger, Warburg, Schroeder, Seligman, the Spires, Mirabeau, Millay, Fold, and above all, Rothschild, Morgan, and more recently in history, Rockefeller. Now, my own research has led me to the conclusion that there are 6 goals or steps in the master plan of this cabal. Now, this is strictly my own opinion. You can boil it down to 3 goals or 9 or 1, if you will, but I see 6 of them as rather clearly defined and recognizable. And here they are. Number 1, loan or give money to governments and their agents to gain political influence. If you loan money to somebody, you are influential with that person, obviously. Second, cash in that influence to obtain an exclusive franchise to produce the nation's money. We'll be talking a lot about that. This is a franchise to produce the nation's money. 3, use this privilege to create money literally out of nothing. 4, amass untold wealth, not by spending that money, but by lending that money to both government and the private sector and collecting interest on it. Very important point to keep in mind in this discussion. People have the idea, I used to have the idea, that when these international financiers or central bankers created money out of nothing, whoopee, they went out and spent it. That's what I would do if I had the power to create money out of nothing. No, that's not how it works. We'll be talking about it in more detail later. They do not spend that money. They lend that money, and they collect interest on it. And that is good enough. 5, use this wealth and political influence to consolidate control over government, institutions, and the media to direct all aspects of national life. And 6, coordinate this control with other branches of the cabal in other countries to further international objectives toward the eventual creation of a de facto world government, totalitarian in nature, with themselves in control behind the scenes. Now that perhaps is the most controversial of the points that I would like to demonstrate today, but I think that anyone who studies the history of this group must come inevitably to that conclusion. Getting back to Professor Quigley, on page 324, this is how he describes what I just said. He summarized the final goal of this cabal, or what he calls international bankers, as follows, quote, nothing less than to create a world system of financial control in private hands, able to dominate the political system of each country and the economy of the world as a whole. This system was to be controlled in a feudalist fashion. Please note the word feudalist. Incredible perception here, and people read right over that word, miss it. You'll see later how important that is. This system was to be controlled in a feudalist fashion by the central banks of the world acting in concert by secret agreements arrived at in frequent private meetings and conferences. The apex of the system was to be a private bank owned and controlled by the world's central banks, which were themselves private corporations. Each central bank sought to dominate its government by its ability to control treasury loans, to manipulate foreign exchange, to influence the level of economic activity in the country, and to influence cooperative politicians by subsequent economic rewards in the business world. You may wonder how these people have such tremendous political influence. Don't forget, they can reward any politician tremendously in the business world. How many politicians do you know are elected to office with nothing but a pair of shoes with a hole in the left sole, and they come out not too long later and they have millions of dollars of assets, and they sure didn't make that in the salary as a congressman or a senator. We need a common understanding of terms. When we get now into the subject of how they actually perform these steps, there are certain words and terms and procedures which we need to define and understand very carefully. And so what I'm going to do now is take you on a very fast trip, a walkthrough on definitions and concepts, or what I call a crash course on the secret science of money. And I will try to condense this universe of information to about a 20 or 25-minute segment. So hang on. We're going to be moving pretty rapidly, and the substance of this course is divided into 4 subjects. The first one is what I call the counterfeit mechanism. The second is the Dillinger mechanism. The third is the duck dinner mechanism. And the fourth is the mandrake mechanism. Now, what are those all about? Let's start with the counterfeit mechanism. Before we can talk about money, we have to agree on what money is. You'd be surprised at how many experts, professors, and professionally recognized economists cannot agree on a definition of money. In fact, dictionaries don't agree. No one agrees. I don't expect you to agree with me. So what I'm going to do is give you my definition and tell you that's what it is. At least for the purposes of this seminar, so that when I use the word, you'll know what I mean by it. When I use the word money, I define it as follows. Money is whatever is the accepted medium of exchange within a given society. But there are three possible kinds of money. There are commodity money, promissory money, and fiat money. It's essential that we understand the difference between those three different possible kinds of money. First, commodity money is pretty easy to grasp. It is a commodity. It is a thing of intrinsic value which people want because of itself, and they use it for money also. Why do they use it for money also? Well, because you have to have something for money to facilitate the economy, and certain tangible commodities are better suited for money uses than others. Eggs are not very well suited because they get rotten. Cows are not suited, although cows historically have been used as money. In fact, if you look up the derivation of words like pecuniary, the Latin derivation, the word, pecuniary relates to cows, because there was a time when cattle was negotiated and became a form of money. But cows get sick and they die, so it's not a very good storehouse of value. The point is that throughout history, almost every society that has had any substantial development of the economy at all has settled upon one commodity and only one commodity as useful money, and that is gold. The reason is because gold has many unique qualities that makes it very convenient as barter. I'm not going to bore you with all of that. You probably know that. I mean, it doesn't perish. It's non-perishable. It's easily divisible. You can always determine its value by weighing it and so forth. It has a lot of unique qualities that make it ideal for barter. So it is a commodity which has intrinsic value of its own, but also has a very good utility for barter, and therefore it has become the universal money throughout all history. But bear in mind that gold is not mystical. Sometimes people call it magic. They'd like to have you believe that the only reason gold is of value is because of psychological reactions on the part of the public. This is not so. There's nothing mystical or magical about it. It's simply that it's a very useful commodity for barter. It has been so for the last 3,000 years, and I think for the next 3,000 years it will continue. All right, back to the three kinds of money. We've talked about, very briefly, about commodity money. Now, what is promissory money? Now, promissory money is a promise. It is a promise to give somebody real money, or in other words, to give someone commodity money. Now, gold is heavy. You don't like to carry it around too much. If you need to make a payment for a lot of it, you don't want to have a wheelbarrow full of gold. You give promises to pay in commodity money, and these usually wind up on pieces of paper. You write out your promise. It's a contract. I owe you. I am going to pay you so much gold, or whatever, but usually gold. And you take this piece of paper and you say, well, that looks like a valid contract. I know this fellow, and I trust him. He's always kept his promises before. This could be in the form of a warehouse receipt where I'm instructing the warehouseman to give you my gold, that he should present that piece of paper and he recognizes my signature. That's sort of how it started historically. Or it could be a bank which has got gold in its vault and it prints up a piece of paper and puts fancy scrolls around it and puts the bank president's picture on it and signatures and stamps and seals and numbers and all these things. It's still a piece of paper with a promise to pay in gold. It's a banknote. People look at it and say, oh, I recognize that bank. It's a good bank. I'll accept this. It's a promise to pay, though, in commodity money, and that's all it is. So Promissory money is nothing but an extension of commodity money. Important to realize that if there is no commodity money, then there can be no promissory money. In practical terms, we may think of them merely as different forms of the same thing. But promissory money is mainly of historical interest because, with a very few exceptions, promissory money simply no longer exists in the real world today. And that leads us to the third kind of money, which is fiat money. That is the money of today, everywhere in the world. Fiat money is also paper money, but it doesn't carry a promise to be redeemed in anything. It not only has no intrinsic value of its own, it doesn't represent anything of intrinsic value either. It doesn't spring out of the value of a useful commodity. It is derived solely from government edict. The government says, this is the money and you will use it. If you don't like that idea, off to jail you go. That's the basic form of totalitarian government, and fiat money cannot exist without totalitarian government. It is, in fact, legalized counterfeit, which is why I call the creation of fiat money the counterfeit mechanism. Now, why would anybody accept fiat money? Well, there are three reasons. The main reason is that they're ignorant. You know, with the passage of time, in the United States today, there are very few people who remember real commodity money or promissory money. Isn't that true? I mean, the younger generation, everybody under, 35, I have to figure this out, but anyway, most people under 40 cannot really remember real money. They become used to fiat money, and they've never even questioned whether this is any different than what their grandparents used to have. It never even dawned on them to ask that question. It never dawns on most people to inquire as to what other kinds of money there might be, or what is the nature of these pieces of paper I'm using for money. So ignorance is the main reason that people accept it. The second reason is that they have faith. Even those who know that this is fiat money and worthless will accept it because they have faith that others will accept it too. In other words, this guy down the street is so stupid, he'll accept it too, so I guess I'll accept it. I can always dump it on him and get something of value. As long as the population is confident or has faith that everybody in the society will also accept this fiat money, then it works. But what happens when people start losing faith? Now you have a problem. The third reason then that people accept it is fear. Because when they stop accepting it out of their free will, the government steps in and orders them to accept it. These are legal tender laws. You must accept this money in the payment of all debts, public and private, or off with your head, or something less severe. So people accept it out of fear of punishment by their government. It's interesting to note, though, historically, that whenever a monetary system starts to collapse and is in the final stages of collapse, even fear of punishment does not do the job. People will stop accepting that money, and they would rather go to jail than risk losing everything they own of value. This is a historical fact. We come to the conclusion from this history that fiat money always collapses. There are no exceptions anywhere in history where fiat money has been created that it did not eventually collapse. Now, there's a reason for that. The reason is that when politicians have the power to create money out of nothing, politicians and monetary scientists, when men have the power to create money out of nothing, that is a heady wine. And eventually those men will be subverted by this temptation and this power, and they will just carry it to extremes that just blow your mind. It always has happened. It always will happen, I believe, as long as Homo sapiens continues to carry the psychological genes that he has. It may not happen right away. You may have a bunch of good men in government, and they will restrain themselves, but they eventually are retired and replaced by others. It is only a question of time before this power corrupts the men who hold it. And the government and the bankers will create money as though it were falling from the heavens. And that is why money, fiat money, self-destructs. The mechanism is called inflation because so much money is being created that it begins to exceed the value of all goods and services in the society, and this gap gets wider and wider. Yes, you're producing more goods, more services are available, and the cost of producing these things is going down because of improved technology. All of that is on the good side, but on the other side, the monetary scientists and the political scientists are creating money more than enough to offset that gain. And the gap gets wider and wider and wider and wider until finally the cost in terms of those dollars they're creating becomes exorbitant. That's inflation, and that is the destruction of the monetary system. And I call that the Dillinger mechanism. Now, why do I call it the Dillinger mechanism? The reason is that this is more than just inflation. We think of inflation as the erosion of our dollars, purchasing power, rising prices, and all that sort of thing. But ladies and gentlemen, when you really analyze this mechanism, it is far more than that. It is the transfer of wealth. What happens as the result of inflation is the transfer of wealth from most of the people in the middle class to a few people in the upper class. I hate to use the word upper class, but to a few people at the very top of the economic spectrum. It is not only the transfer of wealth, it is the theft of wealth. And I think calling it the Dillinger mechanism after the well-known prohibition gangster John Dillinger is appropriate. I'd like to digress on the subject of inflation just for a second because it will give us an insight into what I believe is directly ahead here in America. Classical economists such as Ludwig von Mises has explained that inflation always takes a course that can be identified through three phases. Now, there's no demarcation between one phase and the other. It's just you know when you're there. You may not know when you got there, I mean, at what point you stepped over the line, but when you're firmly in the middle of it, you know that you're there. The first stage is what might be called moderate inflation, phase one. Now, in this phase, the government is expanding the supply of money greater than the expansion of goods and services, but there's little or no public expectation of the impact that this is going to have on prices. We've seen this happen over and over and over again. As a matter of fact, it's happening right now. Right now. The government is expanding the money supply at a very substantial rate, but people are not raising their prices for their labor or their goods because they don't expect anything to happen as a result of it. We've had a period of moderate inflation, a period of stability, and so nothing's happening. We'll just keep going as we are. So, there is true inflation in terms of the expansion of the money supply, but there is no inflation in terms of rising prices. The reason the rising prices are lagging is because of public expectation, psychological factors only. And that is phase one. Now, phase two happens when the public begins to wake up to the fact that, hey, money is easier, I can get more money from my goods, I can borrow more, I can expand, things are costing me more now a little bit, I better raise my prices, and whoops, maybe I better begin to figure in a little inflation in all my calculations for the future. They begin to say, well, I want to earn 6% on my money. But inflation is running at 6%, so if I want to make 6%, I guess I better insist on 12%. This is phase two. When the public begins to realize the game and begins to calculate on it continuing, now prices start catching up with inflation, and as a matter of fact, they exceed inflation. They pass inflation by. It's sort of a pendulum action or a catch-up reaction, springboard action. Now, this is very, very unnerving to the government, because all of a sudden they're not having the advantage of creating money out of nothing, because prices are going up faster than they're creating money, so they start to accelerate their creation of money to get ahead of public expectation. This always happens. When that happens, now you're getting toward the end of phase 2, and by the time you get into phase 3, which generally is called hyperinflation, phase 1, by the way, might be called moderate inflation, phase 2 might be called double-digit inflation, and phase 3, hyperinflation. In phase 3, the prosperity effect has been nullified by the expectation effect. See, people have been enjoying this prosperity of inflation, but now the expectation effect is becoming so large that people begin to say, wait a minute, this money is getting more and more worthless. I better get out of money and into tangibles. Now they rush out and they buy a new car. They'll buy hardware, television sets. They'll buy silverware. They'll buy gold coins. They'll buy extra real estate. They'll just get rid of whatever money they have, because they know that their money is going down so rapidly. They're going to get into tangible assets. There's a flood of this sort of thing happening. There's a rush away from money, and when that happens, the value of money really plummets then, because of psychological factors. In addition to the inflation on the part of the government, you've got the mechanism on the part of the government on one hand, the psychological factors on the part of the population at the other, and these two combined absolutely make money worthless in a society. Where this has happened historically, we won't take time to talk about it. You're probably familiar with the classical experience in Germany. The value of the mark, the value of whatever the unit might be in that country, plummets to absolute zero. And those who are holding on to those marks or those pesos or those dollars or whatever they're called, they're wiped out. Anyone who has money at the end of this phase is destroyed, at least to the extent of the money that he holds. Now, toward the end of this cycle, the government always responds to hyperinflation by creating a new money supply. Now, this is a pretty good trick for most of the population. It works once or twice. The officials say to the people, well, yes, we have a real economic problem here. The money is becoming worthless, so we're going to get rid of that old money, that bad money, and we're going to replace it with new good money. And the average, person says, oh, golly, my government is really taking charge. They're going to solve this problem. They don't realize that these are the jerks that caused the problem in the first place. They really think that these people are going to solve the problem. So they believe it. Many people believe it. Most people believe it. The ones who don't want to think negative thoughts. The ones who like to think about a rosy future. They believe it. So they issue the new money supply. It's usually a different shape, different color or something. And they usually multiply the factors so that you turn in 10 of your old units and you get 1 unit back. Or maybe you turn in 100 of your old units and you get 1 unit back. Well, that works pretty good, because people say, gee, I've got all this worthless money. I turn in and now I get 1 unit will buy as much as 10 of those old units. And they think that somehow that made them richer. It's amazing. This has always happened. So this happens, the new money comes out, and then finally the same process continues, and the public realizes, oh, wait a minute, nothing's changed. The new money hasn't changed anything, and they start getting rid of that. And in some cases, the government will try the new money switch again, a second time, but usually the second time it has less impact on the population, but it prolongs the final day of reckoning. Now, as I said a moment ago, the result of inflation is the destruction of the middle class. The acquisition of all the wealth that was held by the middle class is now in the hands of the financial leaders of the world or the nation, and in the hands of their financial institutions, which they control. It may not be in their name, but they control the financial institutions that in turn acquire the property. And people wind up now renting, in essence, renting the property they once were trying to own. And they are, in fact, serfs to the landholders. Now, one of the best overviews of the effects of inflation was given to us by, you'll never believe it, John Maynard Keynes. Now, he's a man who should know, because it was Keynes who advanced many of the economic doctrines that make inflation inevitable. And it was he, for example, who advocated government debt as the path to national prosperity. And it was he who labeled gold as old-fashioned and a barbaric relic. But nevertheless, this is what Keynes said in his book, The Economic Consequences of the Peace. Quote, "By a continuous process of inflation, governments can confiscate secretly and unobserved an important part of the wealth of their citizens. There is no subtler, no surer means of overturning the existing basis of society than to debauch the currency. The process engages all the hidden forces of economic law on the side of destruction, and does it in a manner which not one man in a million is able to diagnose." End quote. And that is the truth. Fiat money makes the destruction of the monetary system inevitable. I want to repeat that point, because we have fiat money today, and the money we have today will self-destruct. There is no question about that, at least in my mind, and anyone who has seen the historical overview of this cannot deny the fact. There's nothing different. In fact, things are worse today. There's less understanding of money today than there ever was on the part of the people. There's less restraint on the part of the political scientists and the monetary scientists today than there ever was in history. And all of the forces that are at work today that have always been at work in the past, and I am saying to you that if you don't believe that our money is going to self-destruct, well, good luck. Now let's talk about the duck dinner mechanism. I remember hearing the story of a farmer who had a pond out behind his barn. And, of course, in the summertime, there was always a good flock of ducks there, and he would go out with his shotgun in the morning and get a few of them, and all summer long he would have duck dinner. But he was unhappy because in the fall, these ducks would take off for warmer climes and no duck dinner during the winter. And then he got the idea that if he started putting out grain for the ducks and making it easy for them to find food during the summer, and especially in the fall, maybe they would hang around. And sure enough, they did. You know, free lunch. See how it worked? You all came, didn't you? So anyway, the ducks hung around. And some of them didn't go south in the fall. And this happened a couple of years in a row, and by that time the flock got larger and larger every winter until finally they were all hanging around. And wouldn't you know, the farmer had duck dinner all winter. Well, something very similar to that is happening and always has happened in the economic marketplace. You make things very easy for people, unnaturally easy economically, make credit unnaturally easy. If you make gaining wealth unnaturally easy, you're going to lure people into an unnaturally precarious position to the point where they may not be able to fly when they have to. And so I call this the duck dinner mechanism, the lure of easy credit, the lure of low interest rates, the availability of large sums of money, and the example of looking at your neighbors and your friends, and they're all making it in the stock market or speculative investments, or they're buying real estate, and you know their value of their estate is going up, and the guy next door buys himself a big RV. On the other side, he has a big boat that's sitting in his driveway, and your wife looks at you and she says, "Honey, are we doing this right? You know, you're still saving your money and not getting in over your head." People are leveraging their credit, and they're making money on what they owe. And so this lures all the ducks out. Hang around to get into an unnatural position where they have so much debt that they can't fly. And then, of course, when the contraction of the economy happens, they lose everything, or almost everything. The saw moves in two directions, if I may use that analogy. You know, a saw has teeth pointing in one direction. When you pull it toward you, it doesn't cut. It's just getting ready for the cutting stroke. And then when you push it, it takes all the wood with it. Now, the saw will not cut if it just sits in one place. You need to pull it and push it, pull it and push it. And this is what we see happening in the economy over and over again. Expansion of the money supply, easy credit. Contraction of the money supply, tight credit. Expansion of the money supply, easy credit. Contraction of the money supply, tight credit. And what happens? In each cycle, each stroke of the saw, a lot of people get cut out. And it just depends on how far they cock the saw and how many times they strike it. Each time the saw moves, it takes with it some people in the middle class. Now let's talk about the mandrake mechanism. This is the question of how does money actually come into being. Perhaps the most mysterious, quote unquote, of all of these subjects, because it is shrouded with all kinds of words which do not mean what you think they mean. Words which have special meanings which are unknown to the average person. Words which are thrown out there deliberately, in my opinion, deliberately to confuse and to deceive. I call this the mandrake mechanism after the comic strip magician during the 1940s. Mandrake the magician had a specialty of creating things out of nothing. He was very good at that. He also was pretty good at making things disappear back into nothing. Now we're talking about the central banks and the creation and the destruction of money. Now we're not talking about commodity money here or promissory money. Those things are money of the past. We're talking about today's money, fiat money. The first thing to understand about the mandrake mechanism is that the government does not simply print it. There's a lot of confusion on this point. People have the image that when the government creates money, all they do is just pick up the phone and call the Treasury Department or the Bureau of Engraving and say, turn on the press, fellas, we need some more $1,000 bills. That is not how it happens. It could happen that way, and there are periods in history where governments have tried that, but generally it's a very unpopular move because it's awfully obvious. It's direct. You know, people can understand that. You can realize that the presses are turning out money, and you see a lot of money in circulation, and you see inflation, and look who's to blame. It's the guy with the button on the printing press, and that's the government. That's easy. So they don't do that so much anymore. Far more sophisticated approach. The cabal that is responsible for the creation of money out of nothing is actually a partnership. It's important to recognize that we're not just talking about the government, or we're not just talking about the international financiers. We're talking about these two groups together. They really cannot function as well separately as they do in a partnership. You've heard me use the phrase before, and I'll use it again and again. This is a joining together of the political scientists and the monetary scientists. You may substitute the short term, the politicians and the bankers, but I don't think those words are nearly descriptive enough. These are not just politicians, these are not just bankers. These are true scientists, and what they are practicing, their science that they are practicing is very obscure. It is a secret science, and it is not just flying by the seat of their pants. So the cabal is a partnership. And when they come together, here is what they decide to do. First, they create what is known as a central bank. Now here's the first of those words that don't mean what they say. A central bank is not a bank. Okay? What is a central bank? It is an organization which has been authorized by the government to create the nation's money on behalf of the government and to lend that money to both government and the private sector and collect interest on it. And that organization is also given the power of government to regulate all of the real banks in the nation. So, in essence, the central bank becomes like the government. The government gives its power to this organization and says, now we delegate it to you, you go ahead and do whatever you want to do. It is given a franchise. That's the word I used in the beginning. A franchise to create the money and act as though it were government. But it is not a bank. It regulates the banks. It controls the banks. It can close the banks up if it wishes to, and the banks are totally dependent upon it. But it is insulated from government. Depending on the particular country in which you are examining this relationship, you will find that in some countries, in fact in most countries, in all countries except the United States, the central bank is supposedly an official agency of the government. In the United States, it is a separate private corporation which has the franchise from the government. But it makes no difference, really, because in all cases, these organizations are insulated from the political power of the people. They are autonomous to a very high degree. I won't say 100%, but would you believe 95? Which is good enough. So, all right. The first step in the Mandrake mechanism is to create a central bank. The next step is to create a budget deficit. Now, that's not hard to do. All governments, with very few exceptions, have this tendency to create budget deficits. The political scientists take care of that pretty well, leaving the rest to the monetary scientists. So now the government has to borrow money to take care of that deficit, doesn't it? Now there are two kinds of borrowing that we must distinguish here. Again, deceptive vocabulary. There is honest borrowing, which accounts for very little of what goes on in the world today. And there is dishonest borrowing, which is not borrowing at all. I'll come to that in a second. The honest borrowing is when, let's say, for example, the United States government has a deficit and it wants to borrow money to cover that deficit. If it offers its treasury bills or bonds for sale, and you or some corporation or institution buys those bonds, that is honest borrowing. Now, you may say that it's unwise for the government to go into debt and to spend beyond its income. That's another issue. But if it has to do so, then at least it's borrowing money that really existed. It came out of your pocket. You had earned it. Or it comes out of the treasury of some corporation or a savings institution. The money already existed before the transaction. So no money is created in real honest borrowing. Unfortunately, that is not the major part of what's happening with government borrowing in the world today. We come to dishonest borrowing, which is not borrowing at all. When the government obtains its money not from individuals or organizations or institutions which already have money, but obtains this from the central bank. Now, the central bank gives the money to the government in this fashion. The government writes out a piece of paper that says bond or treasury bill or whatever. And again, they put curlicues around the edge of it and put somebody's signature on it, stamps and numbers and seals. It's a piece of paper, it says IOU. And they give that to the central bank. Central bank takes it and puts it in its vault. And it whips out its checkbook and writes another piece of paper with not so many curlicues and stamps and numbers on it, has a few numbers and so forth, and it gives the check to the government. Now, that check came from nowhere. I mean, it was just a piece of paper. The central bank had no assets to back it up, had no money in the vault. had no gold coins, had no investors putting their money into a savings account, had nothing, absolutely nothing. I want to stress that point. It just had a checkbook and a little bit of ink, and it wrote out this check for $9 million or $1 billion and gave it to the government. And the government takes it and deposits it into its checking account with Chase Manhattan or whatever, and now it can write checks against its balance and pay its employees and buy armaments and pay welfare and do whatever it has to do. Now, if you and I were to whip out a checkbook with nothing behind it and write a check and give it to somebody, we'd go to jail. But the central bank is authorized by law to do that. That is the Mandrake mechanism. The central bank creates money literally out of nothing and is authorized to do so by law. So the money then goes into the coffers of the federal government. The federal government starts to spend that money, and this newly created money, which is not printed on a press at all, it is merely checkbook money, which accounts for, 95% of all money in circulation is checkbook money, which means that most of the time it's nothing but magnetic impulses on a computer tape. That's all it is. That money starts to ripple through the country. Those who are closest to the government trough, of course, do the best. The ones with all the government contracts and the people on the payroll, they do very well. But then it comes through their checkbooks into somebody else's checkbooks, and finally, by the time it gets out to you and to me, we've got very little benefit from all this. Because by the time it gets to us, the prices of everything we want to buy with that money has gone up because of this process. So it's useless to us. That is the Mandrake mechanism. Now they call this monetizing the debt. Isn't that a nice phrase? Whenever you read in the magazines that the government is monetizing the debt, or the Federal Reserve System is monetizing the debt, just mentally replace the word Mandrake mechanism. Now, I don't want to bore you with this, but you just have to know this. The loans then start to go into the banking system. Remember, it's not just the central bank here. They're the ones that set all this up. They're the ones that create this money by buying these bonds. But then this money goes into the other banking circles, and it's not just the money that was created by the central bank, but by the time now it gets into the commercial banks, which are regulated by the central bank, the commercial banks also have a chance to create money out of nothing. Because when the commercial banks get hold of this newly created money by whatever circuitous path it gets hold of it, it now calls this an asset on its books, and it can lend money 9 times, 10 times more than its assets. So this money that was created out of nothing for the federal government, by the time it gets into the commercial banks, is multiplied by 9 or 10. Tremendous leverage. And here's how it works. You might mentally picture an inverted pyramid like this. Now, granted, it's not a nice smooth pyramid. It will be made up of blocks, some of which are wider than others. But if you sort of stand back and squint your eyes, you'll recognize that it's a pyramid shape with the biggest blocks on top and the little tiny one with a tip on it at the bottom. At the bottom of this inverted pyramid are the government securities, the IOUs, the treasury certificates, the bills, the bonds, and so forth. These are issued to cover the deficit of the budget. These now at the next level are converted into currency. Some of it is converted into actual money that you can put in your pocket, but most of it converted into government checks. The next level in the pyramid is that the same IOUs now that the central bank is holding are also transferred into assets of the central bank. Now, miraculously, these little pieces of paper, these IOUs, now are carried as assets by the central bank. They are assets because they are assured that the government will pay them off, even if it has to wring every last bit of blood out of your hide to do so, because they have the power of taxation. So it is logically carried as an asset. The next level in the pyramid, these assets now are converted into loans to the commercial banks. the commercial banks get their money from the central bank. They don't just get it for nothing, they borrow it. They borrow it from the central bank. So these same IOUs were the basis for lending to the government. Now the same IOUs, because they're now called assets, are the basis for lending to the commercial banks. Sort of double dipping, you might say. Now, the loans at the commercial bank level are classified as reserves. Isn't it wonderful what these words can do? Now, they're on their books as reserves. The next level, these reserves are converted back into loans, but this time to the business and the private sector. And they are leveraged, as I said a moment ago, by about 9-to-1 over reserves. And finally, at the top of this tottering pyramid, as the loans finally become the bulk of the nation's checkbook and the electronic money supply. So, abacadabra, zis boom ba, Mandrake couldn't have done it better. And it all starts with these little IOUs coming from the federal government. Now, think about that for a second. There are some very ponderous conclusions. One of the most incredible realizations is the fact that today every dollar that exists, either in the form of currency or checkbook money, and that includes the credit card money, the plastic money that is merely an extension of the checkbook money, all of it, in other words, our entire money supply exists only because it first was borrowed by someone. Now, it may not be you may be out of debt, but if you have money in your pocket, that is because it was borrowed by someone. Now, they owe the banks for this money, or you wouldn't have it. It would not be in circulation. And that means that every dollar in the whole money supply is earning daily compounded interest payable to the banking and the financial circle. Do you think you aren't working for somebody and you don't know it? The whole money supply is earning compounded interest for the financial masters of this country at one level or another. The money doesn't exist, I want to repeat this, until someone borrows it. A portion of every business venture, every investment, every profit, every transaction which involves money, and that even includes losses, even if the transaction involves a loss to someone, any transaction, a portion of that is earmarked as payment to a bank somewhere along the line. And what did the bank do to earn this interest, this payment? Did it lend this money out of its own capital? Did it take in all the savings of widows and hardworking people and lend it out at interest so that these people could have an honest return on their investments? No, it did none of these things. It simply made a bookkeeping entry, and it created the money out of nothing. Now, that's a pretty good scheme if you can get away with it. And they are getting away with it, and no one is really trying to blow the whistle because they don't understand the Mandrake mechanism. And as I said earlier, it is incredible. If you try to explain it to someone, they'll say, "Oh, I don't believe that. It couldn't be. Our government wouldn't allow that to happen. That's ridiculous." It was Thomas Edison. He was among the 1 or 2% who were able to see through this legalized scam. Now, he was kind of off in other sectors of his economic analysis, but on this one he was right on. He said, quote, "People who will not turn a shovel full of dirt on the project or contribute a pound of materials will collect more money than will the people who supply all the materials and do all the work." End quote. That's it. That is feudalism. It's not an exaggeration to say that the entire nation is working to support an invisible master, and doing so without resentment or complaint because, for the most part, the people are totally unaware of that fact. They have been economically conquered in a quiet war of which they have been totally unaware. Mariner Eccles was the governor of the Federal Reserve System in 1941. And on June 24 of that year, Eccles was asked to give testimony before the House Committee on Banking and Currency. Now, he didn't like to do that. And reading through that testimony is interesting because you think politicians can sidestep answers and be like a greased eel. You should read the testimony of governors of the Federal Reserve Board. They're masters. But in this one segment, he was pretty straightforward. The purpose of the hearing was to obtain information regarding the role of the Federal Reserve in creating the conditions that led to the Depression of the 1930s. And we're going to talk about that later. Congressman Wright Patman, who was chairman of that committee, asked the question, how did you get the money to buy those $2 billion worth of government securities in 1933? Eccles answered, we created it. Patman, out of what? Answer, out of the right to issue credit money. Question, and there is nothing behind it, is there, except our government's credit? Answer, that's what our money system is. If there were no debts in our money system, there wouldn't be any money. End quote. Robert Hemphill was the former credit manager of the Federal Reserve Bank in Atlanta. Now, he's speaking from a position of first-hand knowledge. In the foreword to a book by Irving Fisher entitled 100% Money, Hemphill said this, quote, if all the bank loans were paid, no one could have a bank deposit, and there would not be a dollar of coin or currency in circulation. This is a staggering thought. Someone has to borrow every dollar we have in circulation. When one gets a complete grasp of the picture, the tragic absurdity of our hopeless situation is almost incredible. But there it is. End quote. And so, literally, ladies and gentlemen, this is not a hyperbole, this is not an exaggeration to make a point. Literally, the entire money system of the United States and of the world today is built upon debt. And who benefits from this debt? Well, he who collects the interest, of course. Now, that word interest, does that mean what it says? It's another one of the deceptive vocabulary. It is not interest, ladies and gentlemen. It would be interest if you were paying on real money that was borrowed, but this is not real money that was borrowed. This was created out of nothing. What this really is a royalty to the political and monetary scientists who created the money. You're paying them a royalty for their service. Or if you wish to be even more hard-nosed about it, I would suggest that we are paying them a tribute. We are paying a tribute to our economic conquerors. But whatever you want to call it, we're paying it every hour of every day we live. And when you finally come to this understanding of this reality, you then will understand the mandrake mechanism and why it is so important to the success of the cabal. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now 10:30. Let's take a 15-minute break, and please be here promptly at 10:45. We were speaking about credit cards before. This is off the subject, but it's kind of funny. One man was talking to another one, and he said, you know, my wife lost her credit card. And his friend said, oh, yeah? Did you report it to the police? He says, heck no. He said, the thief is spending a lot less than she was. I'd like to talk about the House of Rothschild. We have established that the money of today will eventually collapse because it is worthless. We have seen also how this fiat money is created. Now let's turn to history and see how it came to be that way. This master plan surfaced to view for the first time fully in England in the late 1600s. After half a century of war against France and in civil wars, England was financially exhausted, and by 1693, the people of England with money were not very willing to finance the government any longer. Now, the government wanted to engage in the War of the League of Augsburg and was having a great deal of difficulty raising the money for that war because they had been very slow to pay off their debts in the past. King William had difficulty borrowing because of this, and he was reluctant to raise taxes any further. The taxes were already quite high, and especially since taxes were one of the major reasons for the civil wars. So King William and Parliament found itself in that typical jam that governments do. They want more money, they can't borrow it easily, and they are afraid to raise taxes, so what do? So the two groups that I mentioned before came together for the first time in history to formulate a plan. The political scientists formed a committee of the House of Commons to explore ways to raise money for that war. At the same time, the monetary scientists, consisting of a group of bankers who met to explore ways to create the money for the government at no expense. Now, this group was heavily influenced by the Bank of Amsterdam, but it was, in London at least, it was led and dominated by a Scottish financier by the name of William Paterson. The cabal was forged when these two groups came together and agreed upon a 7-point plan. The first was that the bankers would provide all the money that was needed for the government. The second, the government would grant to the bankers a charter to form a bank, a central bank. 3, the bank would be given an exclusive right to issue paper money in the name of England. 4, the money issued for commerce could exceed the amount of gold held in reserve. Got to have that. 5, the money issued for government would be backed by nothing except bills of exchequer, which means IOUs. 6, although this fiat money was to be created out of nothing and would cost nothing to create, the government agreed to pay interest on it at the rate of 8 1/3%. And 7, the bills of exchequer would also be used as reserves for creating additional loan money for commerce with interest due on that also, thus in effect collecting double interest on the same nothing. Actually, it was more than double, as we shall see in a moment. Now, William Paterson boasted of this beautiful little scheme when he printed and distributed a prospectus. They were looking for some investors in this Bank of England, and in the prospectus he said this, quote, "The bank hath benefit of interest on all monies which it creates out of nothing," end quote. The charter was issued in 1694, and with it the Bank of England, the world's first central bank, came into being. So what was the payoff? Now, each group had to get something out of this. The political scientists within the government had been seeking, as you remember, about £500,000 to finance the war, and they couldn't raise it. But now, with the Bank of England, the bank promptly issued to them £1,250,000, which was 2.5 times what they had originally sought. So the political scientists were very happy. Now, on the other side, the monetary scientists within the banks started with the relatively modest real investment of £72,000 valued in gold. The £1,250,000 that they gave to the government was over 17 times the amount of their capital. Now, with an honest money supply, where you could only lend what you had, their interest earnings at 8 1/3% would have been about £6,000. Not bad. But with the central bank mechanism, or the Mandrake mechanism, they earned £104,000 in interest, a sum equal to 144% interest on their original investment. Now, this was both annual and compounded. But the best of all, Paterson's group still possessed their capital. You see, they hadn't lent it at all. So in reality, they didn't have to part with their capital. The real interest rate, therefore, was not a mere 144%. It was, in fact, infinity. Now that is the financial power that the cabal obtained with the invention of the Mandrake mechanism, the invention of the central bank, and it is the power it holds throughout the world today, only more so. Now, it's interesting that the net effect was that the men who masterminded this mechanism only a few years previously would have been imprisoned or hung for doing exactly the same thing for which they now were being knighted. And that too is power. It is the political power, and it is the secret science of money. Now, what happened? Very briefly, I don't want to bore you with the details. New money flooded into the economy. There was the sensation of prosperity. Everybody was having a ball. Prices went up, and all of a sudden, people began to have doubts about whether the bank really held enough gold in their vaults to pay everybody off should they want the gold. And of course it didn't. There was the inevitable run on the bank. This is the thing that puts shivers and chills into the spine of all international financiers, a run on the bank. Many banks failed. They closed their windows. There were near riots in England. I shouldn't say near riots. There were riots in England. And then there was a fateful decision. When the banks cannot honor their contracts to exchange paper money for gold because they have issued more promissory notes than there is commodity money or gold in their vaults, they actually should declare bankruptcy, because that is in fact what they are, and they should be forced to liquidate their assets like any other business that cannot cover its liabilities with its assets. And they should be allowed to go out of business like any other business that was either dishonest or corrupt or unprofitable. And by the way, had that been allowed to happen, I don't think we would be in the mess we're in today. Had this always been allowed to happen whenever banks get into this situation, the people of the world would soon get the idea that banks are bankrupt if you don't watch them very carefully. They would be very careful about putting their money into banks. They would watch banks like used car dealers. And banks would have to toe the mark. And we would not have the kind of problem that we have today. But that isn't what happened. The precedent was set. Remember, the cabal is a partnership. It's not just the financiers. And each group is committed to protect the other. The politicians protect the financiers, the bankers, and the bankers protect the politicians. So the British government enacted legislation that allowed the banks to, as they call it, suspend payment in specie. Now, specie is a word which merely means gold, or whatever is being held as a tangible asset, as a reserve. So the banks were allowed by law, because of their partners in government, protecting the bankers, they were allowed by law to do that which no other business is allowed to do, and that is to operate even though they are bankrupt. They were allowed to break their contracts with their depositors. They had entered into a contract with all depositors that they would redeem those banknotes in gold. And when they couldn't do it, the government said, "It's okay, fellas, go ahead anyway, and we protect you by law. Nobody can drag you into a court. Nobody can force you to do it." Thus, the banking industry at that point was legally protected in the marketplace and exempted from keeping its contracts. This was a fateful event in monetary history because the precedent has been followed ever since. In Europe and in America, the central banks and their favored associate banks have always known that their partners in government will come to their aid when they get into trouble. They do not worry about that at all. They have been released from the need for honesty or restraint in their business practices. And this is the root of the economic crisis that we are facing in the United States today. Now, this master plan of the cabal was also seen in the French Revolution. That is a subject all by itself. It can be said, however, that the popular image of the French Revolution is not very accurate. Most textbooks describe the French Revolution as the popular uprising of the masses against a hated regime. This does not turn out to be quite true, to put it mildly. The popular uprising of the masses was engineered, and there was a lot of maneuverings behind the scenes, and it was not that at all. Getting back to Professor Carroll Quigley and his book, Tragedy and Hope, he touches on this subject on page 515, and this is what he says, quote, "At that date, financial power was in the hands of about 10 or 15 private banking houses, whose founders in most cases had come from Switzerland in the second half of the 18th century. These bankers, all Protestant, were deeply involved in the agitations leading up to the French Revolution. When the revolutionary violence got out of hand, they were the chief forces behind the rise of Napoleon, whom they regarded as the restorer of order. As a reward for this support, Napoleon, in 1800, gave these bankers a monopoly over French financial life by giving them control of the new Bank of France." So there's just a little quick glimpse. We see how these financial powers can be behind the scenes, manipulating things as massive as a French Revolution and gaining complete control over the economic life of a nation as a result of it. Those same forces remain in control of the economic life of France today, even though the central bank theoretically has been nationalized by the French government. If you look at it very carefully, you'll see that the same cabal is very much in control. Now, any discussion of Napoleon or the central banks must lead eventually to the name Rothschild. It was Meyer Amschel Rothschild who said, "Let me issue and control a nation's money, and I care not who writes the laws." In his biographical study entitled The Rothschilds, Frederick Morton concluded that the Rothschild dynasty had, and these are his words, "conquered the world more thoroughly, more cunningly, and much more lastingly than all the Caesars before or all the Hitlers after them." Now, the dynasty was begun in Frankfurt, Germany, in the middle of the 18th century by Meyer Amschel Bauer, who was the son of a goldsmith. Now, Meyer became a clerk in the Oppenheimer Bank, which was located in Hanover, and eventually was promoted to junior partner there. And after his father died, he left the banking house of Oppenheimer and returned to his home in Frankfurt. Now, over the door hung a red shield with an eagle as identification for the family business. Now, the German words for red shield, I believe, if I'm pronouncing this correctly, are Rothschild. So he changed his name from Bauer to Rothschild, as we call it today, and added 5 gold arrows held in the talons of the eagle to represent his 5 sons. Amazing sons. The Rothschild fortune began with the practice of what is called fractional reserve banking, which we had to skip over in our preliminary session. But basically that boils down to the creation of gold receipts, promissory notes, which had no gold behind them. That's the bottom line. And then the collection of interest on those worthless receipts. It's an ancient practice well honored in the banking circles. The Rothschilds became prime lenders to governments all over Europe. His sons set up operations in all the financial centers of Frankfurt, Vienna, London, Naples, and Paris, and they curried loans to heads of government and soon became prime lenders to such countries as England, France, Italy, and Germany. They were the financial power of Europe at that time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're not just talking about ancient history. This dynasty is very much alive and well today. Nathan Rothschild opened up the London office of N.M. Rothschild and Sons in 1804. Today, almost 200 years later, at 10:30 every weekday morning, the international price of gold is fixed by 5 men sitting absolutely alone in a private room at the London offices of N.M. Rothschilds and Sons. The cabal has an incredible continuity. Now, they say that one picture is worth 1,000 words. Then I suppose that's true, but then one example is worth 1,000 explanations. And I think the best example that could be offered would be the Battle of Waterloo in June of 1815 and the consequences. Now, Napoleon had come to power, as you recall, with the help of the cabal. But now that he was in power, he was a threat to the balance of power. The balance of power means that nobody is very much stronger than anyone else, and therefore wars can go on indefinitely. If you've got one absolute strong man, that's Pax Romana. That's peace. Can't have that. So Napoleon was becoming too strong. He was threatening to conquer all of Europe, so they had to oppose Napoleon. That's the basic thing. Now, Napoleon saw this clearly because he knew these people, and toward the end of his career, he wrote these words, quote, "When a government is dependent for money upon bankers, they and not the leaders of the government control the situation. Since the hand that gives is above the hand that takes, money has no motherland, financiers are without patriotism and without decency, their sole object is gain." It's not surprising, therefore, that the House of Rothschild was active on behalf of England in this case against France, but not out of patriotism toward England, but for gain. And this was brought to focus in the campaign between Napoleon and Wellington. This was perhaps the greatest single act on behalf of the Rothschilds, which was to deliver 800,000 pounds worth of gold to Wellington, who was attempting to build and equip an army in Portugal and in the Pyrenees Mountains between Spain and France. Now, to accomplish this, the gold had to move from England through enemy territory, right through France, to get to Wellington. Now, this wasn't too difficult for the Rothschilds to do because they were actively engaged in smuggling operations on a grand scale, I might add. I mean, ships loaded. They could get through almost any national boundary line because their red shield was recognized and respected by all governments. Don't forget, they were lending to all governments. They were friends to all governments. They were enemies of none. And in fact, all governments depended upon the Rothschilds not only for financial support, but also, in some cases, for supplies. So it was not a particularly difficult thing for the Rothschilds to move anything through enemy territory because to them there is no such thing as enemy territory. A fact I hope you will not forget when we are talking about later events. At a dinner party in later years, Nathan Rothschild was rather boastful, and I can picture him sitting back in his chair, perhaps touching his fingertips together, and these were his words, quote, "The East India Company had 800,000 pounds worth of gold to sell. I went to the sale and bought it all." Just like that. I went to the sale and bought it all. I knew the Duke of Wellington must have it. The government sent for me and said they must have the gold. I sold the gold to them, but they didn't know how to get it to the Duke in Portugal. I undertook all of that and sent it through France. It was the best business I have ever done. End quote. Incredible, isn't it? Well, the best part, though, came after the Battle of Waterloo. You see, the battle itself was crucial to the financial standing of the British bonds. Just picture for a moment what would have happened had Napoleon been victorious. Here was England already in debt so far that they could never hope to repay it to the Rothschilds and others. And everybody is holding these government bonds, and England supposedly is paying interest on them. If they had lost the war, those bonds would have plummeted in value. Nobody would want them because the credibility of England's financial power to pay on them would have been seriously questioned. On the other hand, if Wellington were to be victorious, the bonds would surge up in value. They were hovering somewhere, in between because nobody knew what was going to happen. But had he been victorious, they would have surged upward and there would have been confidence again because England would surely be one of the dominant military and economic forces in Europe. So in this case, having prior information is pretty important. It was a well-known fact because of Rothschild's ability to get through lines and because they had a network of messengers all over Europe. It was a fact that Rothschild's messengers moved through Europe faster than anyone else, governments included. And it was generally expected that Nathan Rothschild in London would be the first man to know the outcome of the Battle of Waterloo. And in fact, that is what happened. Rothschild's messenger arrived in London a full day before the official messenger of the British Army. And so when Rothschild went to the bond market in London on the morning of June 20th, all eyes were fixed on him. And he went to his pillar where he had a little table where he normally did his trading, and he was observed to be very, very dejected. He didn't want to talk to anybody. He was very sad. He was holding his head. He was shaking his head. He was depressed, obviously. And then he started to sell. And then he sold some more. And the word went through the crowd like wildfire. Nathan is selling. He knows. Wellington lost. Well, you know what happened. Within a matter of hours, the floor fell through the market, and everybody was selling their bonds for whatever price. Didn't make any difference. But you must realize that in order to sell, someone must buy. And who was buying? Well, they didn't know who these people were who were buying. There were new faces out there. Who are these idiots in there? Well, you know the answer already. They were Rothschild's agents, buying up all the debt of the British government. And by the end of that day, ladies and gentlemen, the Rothschilds had purchased the English debt, and they did this at a fraction of what those bonds were worth. From that day forward, the Bank of England, England's financial life, and in fact, England itself, were effectively under control of the House of Rothschild. It was Nathan Rothschild himself who said, quote, "I care not what puppet is placed upon the throne of England. The man who controls Britain's money supply controls the British Empire, and I control the British money supply." End quote. That says it all. All right, I have a very interesting question, kind of a philosophical question that leads to some practical answers. How is it that the cabal can induce governments to borrow money, to get into debt, and then to continue paying that debt through the Mandrake mechanism? And after all, the government has the power of armies, and it can simply tell the financiers to go take a hike. And yet, this doesn't happen. Why not? The answer to that question is what I call the Rothschild formula. And this was worked out in 18th century Europe and perfected in the intervening years. Now what I'm going to read to you verbatim, and I'm going to read it verbatim because it took me a long time to reduce it down into very succinct language. I put myself in the position of what I would do if I were in charge or the head honcho of the cabal, and I had to explain it to one of my proteges so that he could understand it and continue on after me. How could I boil it down into a very succinct statement of procedure? And I came up with 5 instructions. So I'm speaking now as though I were advocating the Rothschild formula. 1. War is the ultimate discipline to any government. If it can successfully meet the challenge of war, it will survive. If it cannot, it will perish. All else is secondary. The prosperity of its citizens and the solvency of its treasury will be quickly sacrificed by any government in its primal act of self-survival. 2. All that is necessary, therefore, to ensure that a government will maintain or expand its debt is to involve it in war, or the threat of war. The greater the threat, and the more destructive the war, the greater the need for debt. 3. To involve a country in war, or the threat of war, it will be necessary for it to have enemies with credible military might. Now, if such enemies already exist, all the better. If they exist but lack military strength, it will be necessary to provide them the money to build their war machine. If an enemy does not exist at all, then it will be necessary to create one by financing the rise of a hostile, warlike regime. 4. The ultimate obstacle is a government which refuses to finance its wars through the Mandrake mechanism. Although this seldom happens, when it does, it will be necessary to encourage political opposition, insurrection, or revolution to replace that government from the inside with one that will. The assassination of heads of state will play an important role in this process. 5. No nation can be allowed to remain militarily stronger than its adversaries, for that could lead to peace and a reduction of debt. To accomplish this balance of power, it may be necessary to finance both sides of the conflict. Wherever possible, neither side should be allowed a decisive victory or defeat. The objective is perpetual war. Now, I believe that says it all, and any protege of mine in the cabal who didn't understand that would soon be on the outside. It's very clear, and I think that if you hold that formula in mind, at least as a possibility, and take a look at history, the meaning of history suddenly becomes quite different than it had before. So let's do a little bit of that as time permits. We shall briefly examine the Rothschild formula as applied to 4 major periods of conflict: 18th century England, the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia, and both world wars. Now, in 18th century England, Europe had always been at war, but not until the arrival of central banking and fiat money did it become institutionalized at such a high and consistent level. For example, the following incredible record occurred starting precisely with the formation of the Bank of England for the specific purpose, as you recall, of financing a war. That was the reason for the creation of the world's first central bank, was to finance a war. Okay, this is the record of England starting from that point. 1689 to 1697, the War of the League of Augsburg, King William's War. 1702 to 1713, the War of Spanish Secession, Queen Anne's War. 1739 to 1742, the War of Jenkins' Ear. 1744 to 1748, the War of Austrian Secession, King George's War. 1754 to 1763, the French and Indian War. 1793 to 1801, the War against revolutionary France. 1803 to 1815, the Napoleonic Wars. Now, you add all that up. In the 126 years between 1689 and 1815, England was at war 63 of them. Now, that is 1 out of every 2 years in actual combat. The others were spent preparing for combat. A total war society. The mark of the Rothschild formula is evident in that period. The hand of the cabal was often seen financing both sides of these conflicts. There usually were no decisive victories or defeats, and the only tangible result was expanded government debt for all parties on all sides of the conflict. Now let's take a look at the Bolshevik Revolution, another example of the Rothschild formula, with particular attention to item number 4 on that list, which was the overthrow of a government that is not willing to finance its wars through the Mandrake mechanism, which was true of Russia at that time. Now, this is another one of those myths of history. The Bolshevik Revolution is often presented as an uprising, a popular uprising of the downtrodden masses against an oppressive government, just like the French Revolution. But the facts are, ladies and gentlemen, the planning, the leadership, and the financing came almost entirely from outside Russia. mostly from financiers in Britain, Germany, and particularly the United States. This really started with Jacob Schiff and the Russo-Japanese War of 1904. Much of Japan's funding for that war came from the financial house of Jacob Schiff. Actually, he was head of the U.S. investment banking firm of Kuhn Loeb and Company. Now, this funding allowed Japan to field a superior military effort and to win the war. Now, in appreciation for this, the Mikado awarded Schiff the Second Order of the Treasure of Japan. Nothing particularly significant about that, except to illustrate how important the Mikado thought Schiff was in the financing of that war. Now, to the real leverage point. 1.5 tons of Bolshevik revolutionary literature was sent to Japan by Schiff to be distributed among Russian prisoners of war held there. He also sent communist organizers into those prisoner camps to propagandize and recruit those prisoners into the Bolshevik cause. In effect, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of that war, there were about 50,000 officers and enlisted men who returned to Russia as seeds of revolution and played a decisive role several years later in the communist takeover of Russia. As you know, it was the turning of certain military regiments that was critical during the Bolshevik Revolution. These regiments were effectively converted to the Bolshevik cause because of this propaganda activity in Japan, financed and masterminded by Jacob Schiff. Now, between 1905 and 1917, Jacob Schiff of Kuhn Loeb and Company also was the principal financial backer of the terrorist group in Russia called the Nihilists. Now, these people, these terrorists, changed their names historically from time to time. At that point, they were generally called Nihilists. They later became the Bolsheviks and later became the Communists. Every time there was a slight shifting or a reamalgamation of alignment of forces, they would change names, but they were basically the same group, and it was Schiff who was financing the Nihilists. Now, their mission was to assassinate heads of state. And this group, ladies and gentlemen, was organized in New York City. After Trotsky had been banished from France because of his revolutionary activities, he traveled to New York to meet with Jacob Schiff, and his travel expenses aboard the Montserrat, the ship, were paid by Schiff. After his arrival, Trotsky's mass meetings in New York City and his passage back to Russia were also financed by Schiff. After his return to Europe, several $1 million were placed at Trotsky's disposal by Schiff in a branch bank in Sweden. This is all a matter of very carefully, meticulously documented history. Now, on March 23, 1917, a mass meeting was held at Carnegie Hall to celebrate the first revolution. Remember, there were two revolutions in Russia. The first one involved the overthrow of the Tsar, in which a relatively moderate government came to power, the provisional government under Kerensky. And then that was later overthrown by the Bolsheviks and put firmly into the hands of communism. The second revolution was really more of a backroom, what would you call it? It wasn't a revolution at all. It was just a hijacking of a government. It was a very small-scale operation, involved very few people. But the nation was already prostrate with troubles and had no police force, no military might, and there was total chaos. So relatively easy to capture a new government with a few people. But the first revolution overthrew the Tsar, and at the end of that there was a big celebration in New York City, of course, and Jacob Schiff sent a telegram to be read to the audience at that meeting at Carnegie Hall. In that telegram, he expressed his regrets at not being able to attend, and then he said that he described the revolution as, quote, what we had hoped and striven for these long years, end quote. It is also a historical fact that Schiff was a primary factor in financing the second revolution in Russia, the Bolshevik Revolution, which overthrew the Kerensky provisional government in October of 1917. Now, in the February 3rd, 1949 issue of the New York Journal American, Jacob Schiff's grandson, John Schiff, was quoted to the effect that his grandfather had given about $20 million for the triumph of communism in Russia. Just think of what $20 million was worth in 1917, 1916, 1914. Now, I want to point out, ladies and gentlemen, quickly here, that Schiff was not alone. There were other sources of funding within the cabal. Leon Trotsky, in his book, My Life, tells of a British financier who gave him about 21 million rubles. But this was undoubtedly Lord Alfred Milner. Now, we don't have time to talk about Milner, but Milner was one of the organizers and founders of the Round Table groups, which evolved into the Council on Foreign Relations here in the United States. And if you don't know who Lord Milner was, you better find out. He was one of these dark, shadowy figures who wielded tremendous power well beyond his station because he controlled both money and politicians. Anyway, there was no doubt that the source of this funding was Lord Alfred Milner. Now, other sources of funding for the overthrow of the Tsar and the establishment of Bolshevism were Olaf Aschberg of the Nye Banken of Stockholm, the Rhine-Westphalian Syndicate, and a wealthy banker named Zhivatovsky, whose daughter later married Trotsky. In Germany, the chief source of funding was an international banker by the name of Max Warburg, whose brother Felix was married to the daughter of Jacob Schiff, and his other brother, Paul Warburg, later was to become the chief architect of the Federal Reserve System here in the United States. Now, Russia was teeming with British and American agents at that time. There was no secret about this. There were many foreign reporters and observers who were sending back communiques, many of which wound up in the American press, some of which were private communiques. Many observers were telling how Russia was swarming with Americans and Englishmen. And these people had suitcases full of money, and they were handing out money to revolutionaries, primarily those in the military barracks, trying to incite them to revolution. One report said, for example, that British agents were seen handing out 25 ruble notes to the men at the Pavlovsky Regiment just a few hours before it mutinied against its officers and sided with the revolution. Now, on the American side of this little operation, this was all under the umbrella of what was called the American Red Cross Mission. Now, I'm not casting an aspersion on the Red Cross, because you understand that the Red Cross is made up of many different missions in different countries and so forth. And it turned out that the American Red Cross mission to Russia was a very special breed of cat. It had practically nothing at all to do with the Red Cross. It was made up of men who were disguised as Red Cross officials on a humanitarian mission, but the majority were composed of financiers, lawyers, accountants, and their staffs, and assistants who were representatives of New York's banks and investment houses. The entire expense of the American Red Cross mission to Russia was paid for by one man, and his name was William Thompson. Now, Thompson was ideal for a Red Cross mission. He was a close associate of J.P. Morgan, and he was the director of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. Now, doesn't that qualify him to run a Red Cross mission? So there he was. He was in charge, and he paid for it. I doubt if it all came out of his personal pocket, although much of it probably did. He expected to gain handsomely from his participation, but I think that there were others involved. Now, the assistant to William Thompson at that time, as head of the Red Cross mission, was a fellow by the name of Cornelius Kelleher. Kelleher, on reflecting on this episode at that time, wrote a book, and in this book he was describing one of the few dupes in the Red Cross mission who didn't understand what was going on. And he said, quote, "Poor Mr. Billings believed he was in charge of a scientific mission for the relief of Russia. He was, in reality, nothing but a mask The Red Cross complexion of the mission was nothing but a mask, end quote. Well, what was the purpose of the mission then? It was clear. It was to channel funds into the revolution with local control on the scene by the men who were giving the funds, who could direct the revolution. As simple as that. Thompson himself gave over 2 million rubles to the Kerensky government and to the Kerensky regime for propaganda purposes inside Russia. He gave $1 million to the Bolsheviks for the spreading of revolutionary propaganda even outside of Russia, particularly in Germany and Austria, and this led to the abortive German Spartacus revolt of 1918. So it wasn't just Russia they were interested in. They want Bolshevik revolutions everywhere. And they tried it in Germany. It failed. And all of this was reported widely in the American press at that time. Now, when Thompson returned to the United States, he put a man in charge of the mission by the name of Raymond Robbins. Now, Robbins was the personal protege of Colonel Edward Mandell House. Colonel Edward Mandell House was in the United States the counterpart of Lord Alfred Milner in Britain, one of those shadowy behind-the-scenes figures who wields great power far beyond his apparent position. Colonel House, for those of you who are not familiar with him, he came from banking circles, and he was the very private and personal advisor to presidents such as Woodrow Wilson and FDR. And he also was one of the engineers of the Federal Reserve System, which we'll be talking about shortly. In any event, Raymond Robbins was the protege of Colonel Edward Mandell House. Now, Robbins was a central character in a book which I discovered quite by accident one day in a used bookstore. It was called British Agent by Bruce Lockhart. Lockhart was Milner's man in Russia. This gets kind of involved, but what we're dealing here with is two shadowy figures. In the United States, the shadowy figure is Colonel House, and his protege is Raymond Robbins in Russia. In England, the shadowy figure is Lord Alfred Milner, and his protege is Bruce Lockhart. Now, they're over there doing official work on behalf of the powers that be, but they're doing it under disguises, as humanitarians or reporters or something like that. This book, British Agent by Bruce Lockhart, was an amazing treasure trove of information. He was boastful about what he had done. The first half of his book was mostly about his romantic exploits and what a great lover he was and what a good shot he was and all of this sort of thing. Sort of a Don Juan image he wanted to project of himself. But then in the latter part of the book, he got down to the nitty-gritties. He described some events that took place in Russia where he and Raymond Robbins were working together. And he said that at a particular meeting that he and Robbins had attended, Robbins was insulted by the nephew of Trotsky. Trotsky was a high commissar at the time. He was the assistant commissar of foreign affairs. He was a man of no small consequence. In addition to that fact, I should back up just for a second. Both of these men could command instant audiences with Lenin and Trotsky at any time they wished. Now remember, these are not communists. These are capitalists, right? Decadent, nasty capitalists in Russia. You'd think they would have been shot. No, no. Instant audiences with either Trotsky or Lenin at any time they wished, and they both attended closed meetings of the Soviet Central Executive Committee, which was the highest ruling body of the Communist Party at that time. Interesting. Okay, now, the insult. Robbins was insulted by Trotsky's nephew, the assistant commissar of foreign affairs. Lockhart describes how Robbins got on the telephone and called Trotsky and complained. He was very angry. He'd been insulted by his nephew. Trotsky said, "Are you at the hotel now?" He said, "Yes." He said, "Hang up, wait a few minutes, and I'll call you back." 10 minutes later, the phone rang. It was Trotsky. And he told Robbins, he said, "We've made amends. My nephew has been banished from Russia." Now, ladies and gentlemen, what kind of power do you suppose these men represented, to be able to not only get into the highest ruling bodies of the communist regime, the new revolutionary government, but also to have that kind of power in banning a high commissar, the nephew of Trotsky himself? To ask the question is to answer it. Well, what did these men want out of the Bolshevik Revolution? What does the cabal always want? If my thesis about the master plan is correct, it wanted three things: the overthrow of the Russian imperialist government, which would not borrow from a central bank, and the establishment of one that would. 2, the creation of a hostile, aggressive regime which would threaten Europe and later the world with war. 3, above all, it wanted the vast profits that could be extracted from the human and natural resources of Russia. I personally believe it obtained all of these objectives, and I think it continues to enjoy those objectives today, although some of them may be a little more hidden from view. I'd love to talk about that, but we don't have time. We have to move on. Let's move on now to World War I, a very interesting study. It was the sinking of the Lusitania that changed American public opinion from pacifism to acceptance of the necessity to enter World War I on the side of England against Germany. It is clear now, the records are so clear, that the ship was loaded to the gunwales with ammunition, and it was destined for England in violation of U.S. neutrality treaties. But what was more shocking is the fact that this fact was well known by our government, including President Wilson, and no one did anything either to stop it or to warn the innocent civilians who had booked passage on it. The German government had been sending notices of protest to the United States about the fact that not only this ship but other ships were carrying munitions in violation of the treaty, and that this made them not passenger ships but made them ships of war. As ships of war, the German government was saying they would become legitimate targets. We do not want to sink your passenger ships, but we have to because they are ships of war against us. The German government even ran advertisements in New York newspapers asking, pleading, warning Americans not to board those ships. Wilson knew it, many people in the government knew it, and as I said, did nothing either to stop the sailing of that ship and others or to warn the innocent civilians who had booked passage. Why? J.P. Morgan and Kuhn Loeb and Company had floated $1.5 billion in loans to England and France, on which they were having great difficulty collecting interest. How nice it would be if the American people could be required to make these payments for them. But that would necessitate getting the United States government to provide the money. Now, the U.S. ambassador to Britain at that time was Walter Hines Page, who, in addition to his ambassadorship, was under private contract and was receiving $25,000 a year for spending money from the National City Bank in New York. On March 5, 1917, Ambassador Page sent the following telegram to President Wilson, quote, "I think that the pressure of this approaching crisis has gone beyond the ability of the Morgan Financial Agency for the British and French governments. The greatest help we could give the Allies would be a government credit. Unless we go to war with Germany, however, our government, of course, cannot make such a direct grant of credit." End quote. You get the picture? You think bailing out of the banks is just something that's happening in the 1980s? Author George Varick, in his book entitled The Strangest Friendship in History, Woodrow Wilson and Colonel House, that's the name of the book, it was published in 1932, revealed that 10 months before Wilson was reelected on his slogan that he kept us out of war, 10 months before that, his personal advisor, Colonel Edward Mandell House, had in fact negotiated a secret agreement with England and France on behalf of the President to intervene on their side, to get us into war. Now, during the war between 1915 and 1920, the U.S. supply of fiat money approximately doubled as a result of government debt to the central bank. The result, of course, was that the purchasing power of the dollar fell by about one-half. That figures. You double the money supply, the purchasing power drops to one-half. That means that during this period, the American people paid approximately half of the value of their entire money supply as tribute to the cabal, both in America and in Europe, and the way in which that was done is through a war. At the end of the war, the terms of the Versailles Treaty were extremely harsh against Germany. They created the kind of economic hardship and social unrest that always leads to the rise of a man on a white horse who promises drastic measures, including war, to cure those conditions and those ills. And Adolf Hitler became inevitable. There is little doubt, in my mind at least, that the men who negotiated these terms of the treaty knew fully well what they were doing and what the result was going to be. On the American side of the table, the man accompanying Wilson was his chief financial advisor, Paul Warburg. Warburg's brother, Max, was on the other side of the table representing Germany. It is an ugly fact of history, ladies and gentlemen, that American citizens were deliberately sacrificed by their leaders in order to get the United States into World War I, a war which would plunge the nation into debt, rescue a faltering England and France, and preserve the balance of power in Europe to guarantee additional wars in the years to come. Well, let me just cover World War II very briefly. There are many parallels. I'll just say this in summary. Pearl Harbor could have been averted. We had prior knowledge of the Japanese attack. That knowledge was bottled up in Washington at the highest level and withheld from our commanders at Pearl Harbor. Why? I submit the Rothschild formula. We had to get the United States back into war again. The American people would never accept a war unless they were attacked first. We set up trade restrictions, trade barriers so harsh against Japan that we knew the mentality of Japan would be that they had to strike us to save face. Not only that, we were strangling them economically. And you and I, if we're strangled, we will strike back. And a nation will do the same thing. The strangulation policy of our economic measures prior to the war made Japan inevitable as an aggressor against us. There's no question about that. We set it up. Now, as far as financing the war, it's clear that the financing for Nazi Germany came from the United States mostly and some from England. It did not come from Germany. Remember, Germany was almost a bankrupt country. It did not have the economic resources. From the very beginning, the Nazis were financed by these sources outside of Germany, the same people we've been talking about. Most of the largest U.S. corporations, which were within the orbit of the cabal by ownership or control through bankers on the boards of directors of these corporations, heavily invested in war industries in Germany, not just in making sewer pipes and telephones, but making warplanes, tanks, guns. I.G. Farben was the largest of the German industrial cartels and was the primary source of funding for Hitler. The brain and power center behind the Nazi machine was I.G. Farben. Remember, these concentration camps at Bitterfeld and all the others were not run by the Nazis. They were not run by the military. This was the slave labor force for the factories. And who owned and ran the factories? I.G. Farben. The slave labor camps, the concentration camps, were not run by the Nazis, but by I.G. Farben. And yet they had a few soldiers with guns to keep the prisoners in line, but the operation was an industrial one. Farben even hired the New York public relations firm of Ivy Lee, who was John D. Rockefeller's PR specialist, to help improve Hitler's public image in America during his rise to power. Most of the capital for the formation and expansion of I.G. Farben came from Wall Street, primarily the National City Bank, Dillon, Reed and Company, Harris Forbes and Company, Kuhn Loeb and Company, and the Equitable Trust Company, which was part of the Morgan Empire. Farben interests in the United States were centered in a holding company called American IG. On the board of directors of American IG were such prominent figures as C.E. Mitchell, chairman of the National City Bank and the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, Edsel Ford, president of the Ford Motor Company, Walter Teagle, president of Standard Oil of New Jersey, the Rockefeller Empire, and Paul Warburg, first director of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York and chairman of the Bank of Manhattan Company. It's an interesting fact that during the war, during those tremendous bombing operations where we leveled many cities right to the ground, did you realize that the factories and installations of I.G. Farben were untouched? I have seen photographs where there is rubble, absolute rubble, right up to a street, and then on the other side of the street there's nothing except grass and standing buildings, and that was I.G. Farben. I have talked to people who have lived in Germany during those raids, and they said when the sirens went off, they didn't go to the bomb shelters. They ran as fast as they could to sit on the lawn of I.G. Farben. It's a fact, because they knew those buildings would not be touched. And this was by design. Instructions came from Washington not to destroy those buildings. Why? I suggest that maybe there were people in the United States from financial banking circles who had an investment in those buildings. For example, the Secretary of War at that time was Robert P. Patterson. James Forrestal was Secretary of the Navy and later became the first Secretary of Defense. Now, both of these men had come from the Rockefeller investment firm of Dillon Read and Company, and in fact, Forrestal had been president of Dillon Read. And don't forget, Dillon Read was one of the principal banking houses which raised the money and put together the I.G. Farben cartel. Begin to get the picture? Now, this same game was seen in the cabal's financing and building of heavy industry in communist countries since World War II. The Rockefeller Chase Manhattan Bank financed 45% of the Kama River truck plant in the Soviet Union. The trucks produced are used for military purposes and currently are seen on the streets of Afghanistan, as previously they had been seen on the streets in Vietnam. The Bank of America headed the syndicate that gave $25 million to communist Nicaragua at the end of 1982, at precisely the same time the American people were being taxed and price inflated to oppose Nicaragua's version of Central America. Okay, I think you get the picture. If you will use the Rothschild formula as a tentative template, a possible template, and you lay it over the major wars of the last 200 years, pick any of them. Certainly both world wars, Korea, Vietnam, the revolutions in Russia, China, I skipped over that, but that certainly could be included. The first Bolshevik revolution in Mexico, did you know there was one? Mexico, by the way, was the first country to go to communism before Russia. Complete takeover. They lost it. They only held it for about a year, but they had it. In fact, the Soviet Constitution, the first draft of it, was in Mexico. The same people that wrote the Soviet Constitution had already done it as a trial in Mexico. Same people. In any event, lay this pattern, this template over all of these wars, and you will see that certain facts emerge in all of them. And you'll see that some points always align. For instance, ask yourself how many of the revolutions overthrew regimes which were unfriendly to the cabal and replaced them with those which were friendly. How many of the old governments were peaceful but replaced by hostile and aggressive regimes which have posed the threat of war or internal subversion against their neighbors? How many of the wars ended in neither decisive victory nor defeat for either side? And four, how many conflicts were aided on both sides by the same financial powers? 5, how much government debt was generated by both sides in the conflict? 6, how was the fiat money created to satisfy that debt? And 7, who benefited the most from any of this? And the bottom line is that last point. The only group that ever benefited from any of these wars is the financial elite about which we are speaking, the financial cabal. Is the Rothschild formula at work today? Well, consider the possibilities at least. In Europe, we have the threat of both conventional and nuclear war as a result of the Soviet Union, which was and is the creation of the cabal. It continues to be sustained by the cabal with the infusion of funding and technology. All of the verbiage and sound speeches and patriotic talk to the contrary. We still continue to send money and technology to the Soviet Union. So here we are keeping this credible military might as a potential enemy. How much debt has this led to? How much debt has the government incurred in both Europe and in the United States to oppose this military threat? In the Middle East and in Latin America, the threat of conventional war at least, and revolution as a result of aggressive Soviet satellites against their neighbors. How much of the military preparedness that is going into these potential combats results in debt, and how much debt to us and to other countries? Now, I'm not suggesting, this is very important, I want to make this clear, I'm not suggesting that the military threat of Nicaragua or Cuba or the Soviet Union is phony. It wouldn't work. The Rothschild formula will not work if it's a phony threat. It's got to be a real threat. There have to be real wars. Real people have to really die, and there has to be real blood flowing in the streets. So I'm not saying that you don't have to worry about these threats. I'm asking you to open your eyes a little larger and look at why we have these military threats and who is doing it to us. Once you get that larger picture, then, and only then, will you be able to come back down to earth and begin to think about what's going to happen in the economy and what we can do about it. But if you're still out there thinking that things are comic book, storybook reality instead of what they really are, you'll never be able to make the right decisions because you won't understand what really is going to happen. That is why I've gone through all of this. Do we have a time of peace today? Politicians are constantly telling us, oh, we mustn't do this, we mustn't do this. We don't want to bring on war. We don't want war. We want to preserve the peace. Ladies and gentlemen, since the end of World War II, it has been one of the greatest eras of war the world has ever known. Today, no continent except Antarctica is without war. There are from 25 to 40 military struggles going on somewhere in the world every day of the year. There have been more than 150 armed conflicts since the end of World War II, with the death count around 20 million human beings and rising. 20 million human beings have been killed in war since the end of World War II, and these men have the audacity to call this a time of peace. It is not surprising that this also is a period of constantly rising national debts and the creation of fiat money. I would like to conclude our morning session with this thought, that perhaps the greatest lesson of history is that debt creates war, and war creates debt. They are transmutable one into the other, and that is the heart of the Rothschild formula. Ladies and gentlemen, let's return promptly, if you will, at 1 o'clock for the afternoon session. Thank you. I'd like to take a very quick look now at what the cabal has been up to in the United States. A good place to start is with the Constitution itself. Article 1, Section 8 says, Congress shall have the power to borrow money, coin money, regulate the value thereof, and to provide for the punishment of counterfeiting. Section 10 says, no state shall coin money, emit bills of credit, or make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment of debts. Now, emit bills of credit in terms of the vocabulary that was used at the time of the writing of the Constitution, meant very clearly that they were forbidding fiat money, that is, any money that is not backed up by gold or silver. Now, why is that written into the Constitution? In a nutshell, the Founding Fathers had learned their lesson. Colonial America had gone through two devastating periods of monetary destruction. First, before the Revolutionary War, when the individual states themselves embarked on a rampage of creating fiat money. As a matter of fact, the first government outside of China, which had its own little thing going with papyrus earlier, papyrus being used as money, the first government in the so-called modern world that used paper money scientifically, so to speak, without backing of gold or silver, was the state of Massachusetts. All of the other colonies saw how profitable that was for Massachusetts, and they soon followed suit. The result was, in a nutshell, the middle class of the colonists was wiped out. People lost everything. They lost their farmland. They lost their personal possessions. And the speculators, the shrewd ones, are the ones that wound up with everything. And the little guy lost everything. And they had just learned their lesson, and then they wound up in the Revolutionary War. And once again, as we pointed out earlier, wars are very unpopular when they have to be paid out of taxes. And it is really questionable that the colonists would have supported the Revolutionary War if it had to be funded entirely out of direct taxes. I think it's safe to say that we would not be an independent nation today, at least not following the same path that we followed through the American Revolution, had it been funded out of taxes. So the young nation resorted to debt, and rather than borrowing from central banks, they started to print the money. The Continental was printed in great quantities. The statistics are in the syllabus for those of you who want to read them, but they're staggering, and it didn't take very long before that, too, had wiped out the middle class all over again. It was the next generation was wiped out. So by the time that it came to writing a Constitution, the Founding Fathers, they remembered these experiences themselves, and there were enough people out there in the hinterlands who also remembered what fiat money really does. And they wanted no part of it, and they said that in plain English. This issue was thoroughly debated in the Constitutional Convention, and if you want to read any of those things, you will find that there was no doubt on the part of the great majority of the representatives that they wanted to prevent the new nation from having the power of creating fiat money. And they said so in about as clear language as you could possibly expect. In 1789, after this whole thing was resolved, the Constitution was in effect, and the nation was already embarked on a period of amazing prosperity. Prosperity the likes of which Europe had never seen with all of its central banking. It absolutely amazed everyone, especially the Founding Fathers. And they said, boy, what a thing we have created. And they were feeling so good about it. And it was George Washington in 1789 who confirmed this good wisdom on their part when he said, quote, "We may one day become a great commercial and flourishing nation. But if in the pursuit of the means we should unfortunately stumble again on unfunded paper money or any similar species of fraud, we shall assuredly give a fatal stab to our national credit." What prophetic remarks those were. I would like to ask you to reread the Constitution, the sections that I quoted earlier. The constitutional prohibition against the issue of fiat money has never been repealed. It has never even been amended, nor has its directive that only gold and silver coin be accepted as legal tender. All of that remains in perfect tact, and yet it is totally ignored by the politicians and, I might add, by the general public. Why? Because they don't understand it. They do not understand the history of money. They don't even know what fiat money is. They think it's French currency of some kind. Fiat is a car, yes, an Italian car. Thank you, sir. They don't understand these things. So that is the basic problem. Every one of our elected representatives have sworn an oath to uphold the Constitution, and you might ask them the next time you communicate with them when they intend to begin. Now I'd like to talk about a couple of banks that were formed in the United States and disappeared. Many people are amazed to discover that we have had central banks in the United States in our history. And the fact is, we've had three of them. I'm going to have to move through this very quickly, but our first central bank was called the Bank of North America. Actually, this was established under the Articles of Confederation in 1782. It was led by Congressman Robert Morris, who was a very prominent banking figure at the time from Philadelphia. He was both a monetary scientist and a political scientist. He understood fully the advantages of the Mandrake mechanism and intended to take advantage of it in this country. He had been to Europe and studied it over there. He was a good student. He had contacts with the Rothschilds and other segments of the banking dynasties in Europe, and he became an extension of that philosophy here. Under his strong leadership and influence, they formed the Bank of North America, and it was chartered to do all of the things that central banks are chartered to do. It was modeled after the Bank of England. It was privately owned. It had a monopoly over the issue of money in this country. It was supported by government guarantee to accept that money for taxes as though it were valued the same as gold. No other banks were allowed to be formed in competition. It was allowed to expand the money supply by pyramiding on top of debt. It agreed to create money out of nothing for the government's use, and it promptly created $1,200,000 for the government to use immediately and to collect interest on it. Well, it was a short-lived experiment because the public was still familiar with the history of fiat money, and they were suspicious of banknotes, and they asked a lot of questions. Where's the gold? And it soon became obvious that there wasn't any gold, or at least not nearly enough to back it up, and the public stayed away in droves. Outside of Philadelphia, the banknotes were not very well accepted. Even in Philadelphia, they were generally discounted. And so it didn't take very long before the bank was in trouble, because if you can't inflate the money supply, if you can't create money out of nothing, and you can't do that if people aren't accepting it, then what's the point of having a central bank? Also, the political power of Robert Morris began to slip. Some of his shenanigans caught up with him. He no longer had his influence, and the first thing you know, just 1 year after the bank began, that was 1789, all of the government debt to the bank had been repaid. Now, can you imagine that? Within a year, the government had paid off its debt. That was a very bad start, I'm sorry to say. I'm glad our leaders have learned their lessons since. Anyway, they repaid the... I'm kidding, by the way, for the purpose of this recording. I don't want to be quoted. So without any money at loan or any fiat money, funny money, collecting interest, what is a bank to do? It goes out of business. And that is exactly what happened. The Bank of North America quietly converted to a commercial bank in Philadelphia. And just 1 year after it began, the first experiment in central banking in America ended in a failure for the bankers. It didn't take long, of course, before the group was back again. The problem is that the founding fathers who drafted such a clear prohibition against fiat money being created by the government were not well enough informed to the complexity of monetary science to see the parallel to why a commercial bank shouldn't be allowed to create money out of nothing. Okay, they had learned that the government can't do it. That was clear. But now how about having a private bank and giving them the chance to have an elastic money supply to take care of the needs of commerce and business and agriculture? And you know, if you really want to baffle people, you can use a tremendous amount of vocabulary to convince them that what you're talking about and proposing is a very good thing for the health, the economic health of the nation. These people are good at that, and I have a mental picture of some of these representatives who were, by this time, maybe not well-educated gentlemen, but representing rural communities who had a basic wisdom and some hard-learned knocks and that kind of thing, but not being able to quite see the picture about fractional reserve banking. What was that all about? You know, that sort of thing. Anyway, there was a limitation against creation of fiat money on the part of the government, but there was a loophole in the Constitution. There was nothing said about private banks doing this. So consequently, this is the loophole through which the international financiers crawled into the American fabric. And it was this ignorance that became a very important thing, not only then but now. This factor of ignorance and not understanding was recognized by John Adams. He was one of the drafters of the Constitution, and he later became the second president of the United States. In a letter to Thomas Jefferson, it was Adams who said, quote, "All the perplexities, confusion, and distress in America arise not from the defects in their Constitution or Confederation, not from a want of honor or virtue, so much as from downright ignorance of the nature of coin, credit, and circulation." End quote. And I can only say amen to that. That is basically our problem today. Well, the debate raged in Congress between the pro-banking forces who had strong financial ties to the European cabal. Remember, part of the formula, as Professor Quigley pointed out in the very beginning, was that these people have economic rewards in the business world for compliant politicians. So it is easy to see how pro-banking interests are always very dominant in the Congress and in the Senate. It is profitable to be pro-banking. So the debate raged. Jefferson was perhaps one of the strongest voices against the Mandrake mechanism. In fact, he led the opposition to this whole scheme in those early years, and it was Jefferson who said, "I believe that banking institutions are more dangerous than standing armies." Now, Hamilton, on the other hand, was pro-bank. He was a protege of Morris, had worked under Morris for some time, and Hamilton was one of those guys who was a believer in strong centralized government. As a matter of fact, Hamilton's idea was to create in the United States almost an exact copy of what they had in England, a mercantilist type of system with strong government, high taxes, protectionism, aggressive armies and navies, war all the time, and conquering other lands and converting them into colonies to exploit on behalf of the business community. This was all part of a package that historians generally describe as mercantilism, and Hamilton was one of its advocates. It was Hamilton who said, "A national debt, if it is not excessive, will be to us a national blessing." See, it wasn't Keynes at all that came up with this first, it was Hamilton. And he also said this: "No society could succeed which did not unite the interest and credit of rich individuals with those of the state." Unfortunately, it was Hamilton's views which prevailed. In 1791, Congress granted a 20-year charter to what was called the First Bank of the United States. Okay, well, those words again, words that don't mean what they say. It wasn't the first bank, it was the second. And it wasn't of the United States, it was of the bankers. And it carried the name of the United States so that people would think it had somehow a connection with the government. It was a symbol of the continuity with the past. The man named as the president of the new bank was Thomas Willing, the longtime president of the older bank. So it was really the same group that somehow got back into power. Well, the result, as it always is following the establishment of a central bank, was inflation. Creation of a lot of money out of nothing, flooding this money through the economy, money supply rising at a rate faster than goods and services, value of the money dropping, the appearance of rising prices, all of this. And the balance of power was finally tipped against the bank. The war over control of the nation's money raged throughout that 20-year period following. And by charter renewal time, because of this evidence of inflation and economic hardship, and don't forget, people are still close, relatively close in a time frame to the memory of the old ills of fiat money. Yes, the older folks are dying off and being replaced by the new ones who don't remember it, but still, there's a pretty good residue, a reservoir of memory there. So the bankers don't have that easy a time in that kind of an environment. So what actually happened was an amazing thing. By the end of charter renewal time, the balance of the power tipped away from the banks under the influence of Presidents Jefferson and Monroe. government had paid off all of its debt again and was operating, if you can believe, out of current income. So, what is a bank to do? Jefferson set the mood of the day, and he also put his finger on the Rothschild formula when he said, quote, "It is incumbent on every generation to pay its own debts as it goes, a principle which, if acted on, would save 1/2 of the wars of the world." End quote. And he also said, "What an obstruction could not this Bank of the United States, with all its branch banks, be in time of war? It might dictate to us the peace we should accept or withdraw its aids. Ought we then to give further growth to an institution so powerful, so hostile?" See, this is not new, ladies and gentlemen. Again, hurrying along, the charter lapsed in 1811. And, of course, there were strong political forces in Congress and in the Senate fighting this every bit of the way, but the public and the majority of the Congress and Senate was still opposed to it because they could see the wisdom of Jefferson and others who shared the same view. Then enters the Rothschild formula, the War of 1812. Many historians have struggled over the sensibility of the War of 1812. It doesn't make sense. When you really analyze it, there was no excuse for that war unless you lay the Rothschild formula down as a template over the historical events, and all of a sudden, everything lines up. Everything lines up. In the United States, all the wildcat banks were agitating on behalf of the war. Why? Because they were going to lend money to the United States, money which they created out of nothing, and they could collect interest on it because you need money to fight a war. It was a profitable thing to do. So I'm trying to skip ahead here. I'm doing that with confidence because for those of you who want details, there's a lot more of it here in the syllabus. I'll just say that as a result of getting into this war and these wildcat banks, that was the name given to the banks generally that were in the South and Midwest. These were the small banks that were springing up. You see, you could go into the banking business with very little capital. You just get yourself and a couple of friends together and you're a bank. The regulations and requirements were very small. They used to get these kegs of nails and set them out there in the showroom and then cover the top with gold coins. And people come and look and say, boy, they got a lot of gold in reserve here. And sort of the same trick they do when Chase Manhattan Bank issues its financial statement, you know. All those billions of dollars in assets, which are not assets at all, they're liabilities. But anyway, these wildcat banks were springing up and they wanted to be able to lend to the government. So it's historically a fact that the great pressure for the War of 1812 came from those banks. And when those banks did lend money to the government, there was the inflation, there were runs on the banks couldn't pay, and the government came to the rescue. You see, the partnership was already forming. The government came to the rescue and allowed the banks to suspend payment in specie, protected them from honoring their contractual obligations. There was a great deal of chaos that resulted from that, and there was what I call the duck dinner of 1819. The cabal began to employ that mechanism of pushing the saw and pulling it and pushing it up and down on the money supply. Even though it was not well centralized under one central bank, the smaller banks were doing this sort of by mutual agreement. But you must recognize when it's not centralized, there is some competition between these individual banks. And if any one of them gets too far out of line or at least inflates at a rate greater than the others, then the others call in their notes and the offending party goes bankrupt. So by having a little competition among all these fraudulent banks, the degree of fraud is somewhat limited. You know, competition between thieves sort of limits thievery a little bit. Much more than if they all got together. That's the only point. Now, Andrew Jackson was elected in 1828, largely on a platform of opposition to fiat money and opposition to the concept of a central bank. He correctly blamed fiat money as the cause of the nation's disastrous booms and busts. And when the charter for the second bank of the United States was renewed for another 20 years by Congress by a narrow vote, Jackson vetoed it. Now that took guts. Congress renewed the charter. Jackson vetoed it. His opinion was that the American people did not want a central bank. Only the politicians who were at the gravy train or on the gravy train really wanted it, and he was right. He put his political career right on the line, and he campaigned for re-election on the slogan, "Bank and no Jackson," or "No bank and Jackson." Can you imagine a politician today doing that? It reminds me of the joke about when Jimmy Carter was president. Let's see if I can get this right now. It just popped into my mind. They were talking about Jimmy Carter as a boy, a young boy on the peanut farm, and his father went to him and he said, "Jimmy, did you cut down the peanut vine?" He said, "Father, I cannot tell a lie. Maybe I did and maybe I didn't." Jackson was not that kind of a person. He said, "Bank and no Jackson," or "No bank and Jackson." Now, although the Second Bank of the United States had all the earmarks of a totally American operation, it was, in fact, it was known at that time that the principal investor and power behind the scenes was Baron James de Rothschild of Paris. In Jackson's message at the time of the veto, Jackson revealed that only a relatively few people owned stock in the bank, that these were from the very richest class of society, and that $8 million worth of those shares actually were owned not by Americans, but by foreigners. He said, quote, "Is there no danger to our liberty and independence in a bank that in its nature has so little to bind it to our country? Is there not cause to tremble for the purity of our elections in peace and for the independence of our country in war?" Well, anyway, Jackson won by a handsome margin, and in the election of 1832, it was clear that he was correct in his appraisal of popular support. It was only the politicians who wanted it, not the people. And he sent a message very clear to the bank. He started to withdraw the government funds from the Second Bank of the United States as a move to phase out the bank prior to its expiration, which was coming up soon. Then an interesting thing happened to reveal the power of the bank. The head of the bank was Nicholas Biddle, and he swiftly counterattacked. His plan was to disrupt the economy and to create conditions that were so bad in the business community and in the agricultural community and in everybody's pocketbook that there would be an outcry for reform and that people would object to what Jackson had done. They would say, "Look, you see what happened? You're phasing out the bank, and now look what's happening to the economy." So they deliberately began to flood the economy with money and then pull it out in great amounts. The swings up and down were absolutely fantastic. And Biddle made no bones about what he was doing. He said, quote, "Nothing but the evidence of suffering will produce any effect in Congress. My own course is decided. All other banks and all the merchants may break, but the Bank of the United States shall not break." End quote. Jackson replied, "The bold effort the present bank had made to control the government, the distress it had wantonly produced, are but premonitions of the fate that awaits the American people should they be deluded into a perpetuation of this institution or the establishment of another like it." And then speaking directly to the cabal, he said, "You are a den of vipers. I intend to rout you out, and by the eternal God, I will rout you out. If the people only understood the rank injustice of their money and banking system, there would be a revolution before morning." End quote. And he was right. That is more true today than ever. On January 30, 1835, there was an assassination attempt against Andrew Jackson. Surprise? Miraculously, both pistols misfired. It was the first such attempt against the life of a president of the United States. The would-be assassin was Richard Lawrence, who was either truly insane or who put on the active insanity to escape harsh punishment. No one is really quite sure. At any rate, Lawrence was found not guilty due to insanity. Later, he boasted that he had been in touch with powerful people in Europe who had promised to protect him from punishment should he be caught. Well, the charter expired, Jackson survived, but the bank did not. In 1836, true to his campaign promise, the United States had Jackson and no bank. Now we swing to the Civil War. And I am in trouble on time. Serious trouble. I'll have to summarize this whole section on the Civil War by simply telling you that the Rothschild formula fits over it extremely well. There were secret societies at work, primarily the Knights of the Golden Circle, which was clear financed from Europe, primarily by the Rothschilds, and the whole plan of the Civil War, which was actually plotted and planned in England, at a meeting in England, was to split the United States for a balance of power to prevent the United States from continuing to grow in strength and prosperity so that it could dominate the continent. The European powers already were making inroads into Latin America, and this is one of the reasons for the Monroe Doctrine, which was to say, hey, you bankers over there, if you continue to move into Latin America, we will consider it as a move against us. That was like a declaration of war against the cabal. The cabal had to break the power of the United States. They had an excellent issue in the issue of slavery, but it was largely manufactured insofar as bringing on the war. The Knights of the Golden Circle and other groups were sent in among the American people, particularly in the South, to inflame the emotional level of resistance in the North, to make the issue of emancipation an emotional issue, and all this sort of thing. It's all in the syllabus. It's extremely interesting reading, but it's interesting to note also what Lincoln had to say about it. You think his interest was primarily in freeing the slaves? No. He said, my paramount objective in this struggle is to save the Union. If I could save the Union without freeing any slaves, I would do so. The issue here was the Union, preserving the Union against those who would break apart the Union. The plan was to break the South apart and join it with Mexico and create a balance of power. And you'll find some interesting names in there. Jesse James was a very important part of that. Jesse James was not a common crook. He did not rob trains and stagecoaches for personal gain. He already was worth over $5 million by the time he was only 23. He was a very wealthy man. He was the head of the Knights of the Golden Circle, and they were committing these robberies, much as terrorists do today, to raise money for the revolution, to raise money for the Knights of the Golden Circle, to create the funding for a successful civil war on the part of the South and Mexico. I have to skip over all of that. The point is that Lincoln resisted it. Now, I have some pros and cons about Lincoln. He violated the Constitution. He created fiat money. He went directly against the Constitution, but at least he didn't do it in partnership with the bankers. He created money out of nothing, which was illegal, but at least he didn't tax the American people to pay interest on it. And you have to give him some credit for that, which made him very unpopular. He did not play the game correctly. By the way, I have to add that Tsar Alexander II of Russia came to the side of the North and sent ships to Lincoln's assistance, which helped blockade all of the ships that were coming from England and France on behalf of the South. And it was largely the military intervention of Tsar Nicholas II that helped preserve the Union of the United States, a little-known fact of history. Well, anyway, the result is clear. The Union was preserved. Lincoln was assassinated on April 14, 1865, by John Wilkes Booth, a member of the Knights of the Golden Circle. Tsar Alexander was assassinated a few years later by members of a similar group in Russia called the People's Will, a part of the nihilist movement which was financed from New York by Kuhn, Loeb and Company. In 1875, there was a Specie Redemption Act, and the final act of the tragedy was played out when, by law, all of those greenbacks which were printed under Lincoln were finally redeemed at face value in gold, and the national honor was restored. Once again, the bank had been beaten, and it was time for a new strategy. So what was this new strategy? There were 7 points. First, don't call it a bank. Second, make it look like a government operation. 3, make it appear decentralized geographically, not dominated by Wall Street or the New York banks. 4, begin with a conservative structure with many safeguards. knowing that after it's established, the safeguards can be removed one by one over a period of time. 5. Cause economic disruptions to create a popular acceptance and a demand for the need for reform. 6. Offer the new plan as an answer to that need. 7. Convince the public that the big bankers don't want it. Now, the plan was devised at a secret meeting held on Jekyll Island in Georgia in November of 1910 at the private hunt club of J.P. Morgan. The meeting was organized by Senator Nelson W. Aldrich. Now, Aldrich's daughter, Abby, was married to John D. Rockefeller, Jr., who had purchased the Chase Bank. Aldrich also was a business associate of J.P. Morgan. So that gives you a pretty good idea of his background. Now, after the panic of 1907, which was largely manipulated by Morgan, Congress established the National Monetary Commission to study the problem and to propose remedial legislation. And guess who became the head of that commission? Nelson Aldrich. Aldrich spent 2 years in Europe. He spent over $300,000 of taxpayers' money and was wined and dined by the European bankers, especially those with extensive banking interests in the United States. When he returned to the United States, he consulted with J.P. Morgan and Rockefeller and set up the secret meeting on Jekyll Island to hammer out the final plan, which was to be submitted to Congress supposedly as the findings and recommendations of the National Monetary Commission. Now, it was paramount to this group that their presence at this meeting, or for that matter, the very existence of the meeting itself, be kept secret from the business world and from the public. Other members of the club were excluded for 9 days. They were simply told that the club was going to be used for private purposes. The regular servants were replaced. The participants were instructed to avoid reporters and to use first names only. They traveled from the Hoboken railway station in New Jersey aboard Senator Aldrich's private railway car. The shades were drawn, and the special car departed with an unannounced destination. Now, who were those men that traveled with Aldrich to Jekyll Island? There were 6 of them. In addition to Aldrich, there was A. Fiat Andrew, Assistant Secretary of the Treasury; Frank Vanderlip, President of the National City Bank of New York, the most powerful bank at that time, representing William Rockefeller and Kuhn-Loeb Company; Henry P. Davison, Senior Partner of the J.P. Morgan Company. There was Charles D. Norton, President of Morgan's First National Bank of New York. There was Benjamin Strong, head of Morgan's Bankers Trust Company. And finally, there was Paul Warburg, brother of Max Warburg in Germany, a liaison to the House of Rothschild, and a partner of Kuhn-Loeb Company. Now, the secret of this meeting was kept for several decades. Even now, it's interesting that there are many establishment historians who claim that the meeting never took place. But the truth was finally revealed 20 years later by both Warburg and Vanderlip, 2 people who attended the meeting. In 1930, Paul Warburg wrote a book entitled The Federal Reserve System, Its Origin and Growth. In this book, he described the meeting, but he made no mention of its location. In that same year, Warburg wrote a brief statement to appear in the official biography of Nelson Aldrich. The biography was written by Professor Nathan Stevenson, and on page 485, it was Warburg who said, quote, "The matter of a uniform discount rate was discussed and settled at Jekyll Island," end quote. And so there, in this second book, Warburg actually named the location of that meeting. Warburg's son, James, wrote a book in 1964 entitled The Long Road Home. In it, he said that his father, who didn't know one end of a gun from another, borrowed a shotgun to carry with him to the train station in order to disguise himself as a mere duck hunter. Now, in the February 9, 1935 issue of the Saturday Evening Post, an article appeared written by Frank Vanderlip. And in it, this is what Vanderlip said, quote, "Despite my views about the value to society of greater publicity for the affairs of corporations, there was an occasion near the close of 1910 when I was as secretive, indeed as furtive, as any conspirator. I do not feel it is any exaggeration to speak of our secret expedition to Jekyll Island as the occasion of the actual conception of what eventually became the Federal Reserve System. We were told to leave our last names behind us. We were told further that we should avoid dining together on the night of our departure. We were instructed to come one at a time and as unobtrusively as possible to the railroad terminal on the New Jersey littoral of the Hudson, where Senator Aldrich's private car would be in readiness. Once aboard the private car, we began to observe the taboo that had been fixed on last names. We addressed one another as Ben, Paul, Nelson, Abe. Davison and I adopted even deeper disguises, abandoning our own first names. On the theory that we were always right, he became Wilbur and I became Orville, after those two aviation pioneers, the Wright brothers. Now, the servants and train crew may have known the identities of one or two of us, but they did not know all. And it was the names of all printed together that would have made our mysterious journey significant in Washington, in Wall Street, even in London. Discovery, we knew, simply must not happen, or else all our time and effort would be wasted. End quote. The principal architect of the Federal Reserve System and the man who dominated that meeting on Jekyll Island was Paul Warburg. His brother Max, as you recall, who stayed in Germany, was one of the principal financial forces behind the Bolshevik Revolution. His other brother, Felix, married Frieda Schiff, daughter of Jacob Schiff. Now, Jacob Schiff was the other primary source of funding for communism in Russia. Paul Warburg married Nina Loeb, daughter of Solomon Loeb of Kuhn Loeb and Company. Both Paul and Felix became partners in Kuhn Loeb and Company, which in turn was substantially financed by Warburg's European partners, the Rothschilds. The second daughter of Solomon Loeb married Isaac Seligman of Seligman and Company of New York, and by so doing, that family was brought into the circle. Political and financial marriages were studied and arranged more carefully than those of kings to concentrate political and financial power. Thus, by merger and marriage, the most powerful banking institutions in the world, the Rothschilds, the Warburgs, the Schiffs, the Loebs, the Seligmans, the Morgans, and the Rockefellers, all joined forces in utmost secrecy to create the Federal Reserve System. And if that is not an invisible cabal, then those words have no dictionary meaning at all. Now, the first draft was called the Aldrich Plan, and it became the proposed Aldrich Bill. This was never voted upon in Congress due to the fact that Senator Aldrich's name was associated with Wall Street, and it became obvious that this was a Wall Street bill. And so eventually, after a great deal of political maneuvering, when it became obvious that the Republican-sponsored Aldrich bill was not going to pass, there was a quick change of strategy. Democratic Congressman Carter Glass vociferously denounced the Aldrich bill as a scheme of the big banking interests, and then introduced his own bill for banking reform. Aside from a change in the wording and a slight rearrangement of the sections, there were no significant differences between the two bills. The Glass bill was nothing but the Aldrich bill with a new name, a new party label, and a new public image, which of course was most important. Now, there were many small regional bankers who truly opposed this bill because they saw it would cartelize the banking industry and subordinate the smaller banks to the control of Wall Street. But the big banks also publicly opposed the plan, while all the while behind the scenes pouring millions of dollars into propaganda to promote it to the public and to Congress as true reform to stem the power of the big banks. So on the one hand, we had the big, powerful Wall Street banking interests financing the plan and publicly denouncing it. The Federal Reserve Act was passed on December 22nd, 1913, by an overwhelming majority of both the House and the Senate. America once again had a central bank, privately owned, and it does so to this day. Since 1913, there have been some 200 amendments to the original act. Just as specified by Paul Warburg, one by one, every limitation on the system's power and every safeguard against abuse has been quietly removed. Gold is no longer required as a backing to our currency. The limits on the ratio of pyramiding fiat money on top of debt have been removed altogether. It's even now legal for the Federal Reserve System to create money not only out of the debt of the American government, but out of the debt of every other government in the world as well. A little-known fact to know and tell. The creature of Jekyll Island long ago broke out of its restricting eggshell, and it has grown into a monster of such proportions that today it literally holds unlimited power over the economic life or death of the American people. And by and large, the people are not even the slightest aware of that fact. In truth, they do not know and they do not care. Well, at least not yet. But they will. And the reason that they will is best illustrated by the next section of this presentation. This is what I call the Great Duck Dinner. When one has control over the availability of credit and the issue of money, one can control the economic activity of the nation quite independently of the natural laws of supply and demand. The cabal often has used this power to artificially create economic booms and busts, which traditionally have been blamed on the free market operation of capitalism. The greatest example of this was the Great Depression of the 1930s. And most history books tell us that the Depression was caused by unbridled capitalism, the free market run amok. Actually, it was just the opposite. A careful reading of the events shows that it was a classic case of the duck dinner mechanism. The Federal Reserve System, almost immediately after it began operations in 1914, started to flood the economy. Well, credit was easy, businesses expanded their operations, people were put to work, which was good, but many of the new ventures were not economically sound and only became possible as a result of an unnaturally easy supply of credit. The ducks were being encouraged to linger around the free grain. The prices people were willing to pay for speculative investments began to rise as easy money was bid against other easy money. Everyone began to acquire stocks and real estate investments on margin, which means that they put down only a small percentage of the purchase price, and in effect, they borrowed the balance from their brokers. With the prices of these shares being forced up by the flood of newly created money, paper fortunes were being made by those who took the wildest chances and plunged deepest into debt. The message was irresistible to the more cautious elements of the population. By 1929, a major segment of the American people had been lured into accepting the principle of wealth through debt. The bubble, of course, had to burst, whether the unenlightened public thought so or not. For several months before the stock market collapse, Warburg, Morgan, and other leading figures on Wall Street had been giving quiet and often subtle warnings to their close associates. When the bottom finally did fall out, virtually none of the international financiers, the monetary scientists, none of these people were caught heavily in the market. Only the ignorant were hurt, which, of course, as always, was about 97% of the population. The assets of many of these people were acquired by those who held cash, unencumbered by debt. By and large, those were the men who were close to the center of power on Wall Street and its subsidiaries, the regional banks of the Federal Reserve System. It was the greatest duck dinner the world had yet seen. Now, one doesn't have to be a professor of economic history to see the many parallels between the period leading up to the crash of 1929 and the present. Once again, we have the Federal Reserve pumping unbelievable amounts of fiat money into the economy. And once again, we see the apparent prosperity and expansion of industry in all too many cases far in excess of what the market can long support. We see ups and downs in the credit cycle, but in the long run, an interest rate that isn't much in excess of the inflation rate, which means a true net interest rate that is exceptionally and unnaturally low. Now, those are the similarities. There are differences, of course, and in many ways the differences are more important than the similarities. First of all, during the expansion of the money supply in the 1920s, the prices of commodities generally remained stable. During the present period, prices have been going up. Now, there's a reason for that. The reason is that the upward pressure on prices caused by the creation of fiat money can be offset by the downward pressure of improved productivity as a result of advancing technology. Now, during the 20s, there was a vast growth in technology and productivity. If there had not been the upward inflationary pressure of fiat money, prices actually would have gone down, resulting in an even greater improvement in the standard of living than was seen at that time. Today, by contrast, we continue to have an advance in technology and productivity, perhaps even at a greater rate than ever before in our history. This, by itself, would tend to cause the prices of products to go down. Now, the reason that they're going up instead is that the rate of money creation is now much greater than during the period leading to the 1929 crash. Instead of merely offsetting the gains of technology and keeping prices level, as it did in 1929, now the flood of money has surpassed the gains in technology and is pushing prices upward. A very important difference between then and now. Another difference. In the period leading to the Great Depression, U.S. currency, Federal Reserve notes, actually was backed by gold. At the time of the crash, those who possessed currency or convertible claims against currency, these people were kings. They possessed real wealth. In fact, as the Depression deepened, their wealth grew in value. Today, however, our currency is backed by absolutely nothing. In times of a collapse, like in 1929, those who hold currency today will hold no wealth at all. It will do them no good to stand in line at the banks in hopes of converting their checkbook deposits into cash, because the cash will be of no more real value than the checks. Those who hold large quantities of checkbook money or currency today will be hurt the most. And a third very important difference between then and now. The primary cause of the crash of 1929 was the fact that an overly high proportion of the total money supply was committed to investments on margin, which of course means investments based upon debt. When the economy eventually contracted to correct for the artificial expansion of the money market, as it always must at some time or another, many people were caught in the debt squeeze and converted into duck dinner, as we have said. That was then. This time around, not just a portion, but the entire money supply is built upon debt. And today, the size of that debt is much greater in proportion to the gross national product. Now, it's true that there isn't quite as much debt margin in the stock market today as in 1929, but there's a far greater debt per capita everywhere else in the economy. There were no such things as credit cards in those days, or any of the other present sophisticated forms of consumer credit, and the massive growth of these mechanisms have far exceeded the relatively crude and limited lines of credit available to the small numbers of people who invested in the stock market and the real estate markets in the 20s. The rubber band has been stretched much further this time around, and the ultimate snapback will certainly be more severe. In 1929, it was an overextended stock market that collapsed and caused panic at the banks. This time, It probably will be the other way around. It likely will be an overextended banking system that will cause panic at the stock market and all the other markets as well. Now let's examine how this situation has come to pass. It's sometimes called the ticking debt bomb. I call it the giant Ponzi scheme. There's a great deal of talk about the so-called debt bomb ticking away in the banking system, with particular reference to these massive loans made by many of the larger banks to communist and underdeveloped nations. Now let's analyze what this is and how it has come about. First of all, the Federal Reserve System has flooded the banks with newly created fiat money, as we have seen. What this causes is that the larger banks, which, as we know, are protected from failure by government, now have this money on their hands, and they prowl the world seeking underdeveloped countries to accept loans so that they can collect their interest, or more correctly called royalty. Well, the heads of these governments are more than happy to accept the money, and with it they launch gigantic socialist projects to enhance their political power. Now, these projects supposedly are going to earn their own way when completed, but because they are socialistic schemes, of course, they never do. They almost always result in gigantic cost overruns and operating losses, which must be paid by the already impoverished citizens of those countries. And so the next step in this development is for the banks to agree to increase the size of the original loan in order to fund the cost overruns, or to expand the projects, which supposedly will now allow it to operate on a self-sufficient basis. Now, when the governments come to that inevitable point where they cannot repay their loans, then the banks step in and grant them an extension and agree to what they call a rollover, which means that the term of the loan is extended for another 6 or 9 months, provided only that the government agrees to continue paying the royalty or interest on the loan. Now remember, the royalty is all that the bank really cares about, because if the country actually paid back the debt, the bank would only have to go out and find some other government or large corporation to accept an equal loan to replace it. You see, if you don't have borrowers, you can't collect royalties, and then you go out of business. That's the essence of banking. You must have borrowers, and so you don't really want these loans to be repaid. The money came out of the inkwell in the first place, and when the loan is repaid, it disappears back into the well, where it is of no use to the bankers at all. So they don't really want the loans repaid so long as the borrower continues sending in the interest, or the royalty. And so eventually, the loans are rolled over and expanded, and this is done so many times that the socialist governments come to the point where they cannot even continue to pay the royalty, and then they threaten default. At this point, the banks begin to face a serious problem. They must not have their borrowers default on their loans, especially loans of that size. Now, it isn't that they would lose anything if they did, because they wouldn't. Remember, they created that money out of nothing, and therefore nothing is exactly what they would lose. But they must avoid default for other reasons. One reason is that default means a stop to their royalty payments, which of course is their lifeblood. The other reason is that if a borrower defaults, then the bank is required to show the amount of that default on its public financial statement as a non-performing loan, or if there's no hope of reviving it, as an outright loss. Now, if this happens, then the true nature of the bank's financial condition is revealed for all to see. When loans of this size, which one day are carried on the books as assets, suddenly are moved across the page and listed as liabilities or losses, the bank becomes, in terms of normal accounting concepts, bankrupt. Its liabilities and losses greatly exceed its assets, and the trend shows that the condition will probably continue. Now, this quite naturally will cause the public to question the stability of that bank and its worthiness to continue acting as the guardian of their funds. In Investors will divest themselves of the bank's stocks, causing the value of those shares to plummet on the market. And especially depositors will rush to transfer their deposits to more secure havens. In other words, there will be a run on the bank, one of the cabal's most dreaded events. Now, as an aside, it's important to realize that most of what is being discussed here in terms of communist and underdeveloped countries also applies to many of the nation's largest corporations, which are now so deeply in debt that no one really seriously expects them to repay those debts. So what does the bank do then, finally, to prevent a default? It loans the country the money it needs to pay the interest. Incredible as that may seem, that is exactly what has been happening now for well over a decade. Furthermore, the country is not interested in borrowing more money and incurring even higher interest obligations merely to be able to pay interest back to the banks. No, the only way that they're willing to do that is if the banks also increase the size of the principal of the loan so that the politicians can have more money to further enhance their popularity and consolidate their political power, not to mention the lining of their own personal pockets. And so we aren't just loaning money to these countries to pay back the interest, but we must increase the size of the capital part of the loan also in order to make it attractive to the political component of the partnership. Well, the next step in this incredible game is for the United States Treasury and the International Monetary Fund to step into the picture and to supply U.S. tax dollars to the indebted countries, supposedly as loans, but which everyone knows will never be repaid, in order for those countries to continue paying royalties to the banks a little while longer. By the time this stage is reached, and it was reached several years ago, the end is near, and everyone playing the game knows it. No one can tell how long this final stage can be prolonged, but of one thing we can be certain: it cannot continue indefinitely. When the process finally comes to a halt, it will bring disastrous consequences to someone. Now, what is happening today is merely the maneuvering of forces to determine who that someone is going to be. And it's with that question in mind that we turn now away from the past and the present and take a cautious but hard glimpse into the future. What lies ahead? That's a question that everyone asks. Obviously, no one can answer for certain, not even the cabal. But I think I can make a pretty good guess. I believe that the future will follow one of three possible scenarios: an optimistic scenario, a pessimistic scenario, or a realistic one. Now let's take a look at the optimistic scenario first. In order for an optimistic scenario to unfold, I think everyone would agree we would have to have certain reforms enacted very quickly, so quickly, in fact, that it would be in time to avert a crisis. Now, what would those reforms be? I see four of them at least. First, we would have to repeal the legal tender laws, perhaps the most fundamental of all reforms, because without these legal tender laws, we would be able to escape the burden of fiat money simply by refusing to accept it and using instead gold coins, other currencies which are backed by gold, books of tickets to Disneyland, or anything else of real value that we choose to use. But as long as we have legal tender laws on the books, we are forced by law to use fiat money. Those laws must be repealed. The second reform is to abolish central banking. Now, there are several movements afoot today to eliminate the Federal Reserve System. That's good as far as it goes, but it doesn't go far enough. Some of these measures actually merely are talking about turning over the powers of the Federal Reserve System to the Treasury Department or some other agency of the federal government, which wouldn't change things a bit. The Federal Reserve System will not be reformed merely by placing it nominally under the control of the Treasury. Remember, it's in this kind of quasi-government control in most other countries, and it hasn't changed the nature of the central bank mechanism one bit. And if we did that in this country, it still would be a central bank mechanism, and the same people would control it either way. central banking must be abolished outright. A third reform, a return to the gold standard. To do this, we would first have to define what is a dollar. That would be a very interesting and enlightening experience. First of all, I would suggest that we would audit and assay the government gold supply at Fort Knox and elsewhere. You realize that no one is really quite sure how much gold is there and what the purity is? It needs to be audited and assayed. Then, we should divide the weight of this gold by the number of dollars existing as demand deposits. This will tell us the true value of the dollar in terms of gold. How many paper dollars are out there and demands for paper dollars, and how much gold is there? Now we know the value of the dollar in terms of gold. At current levels, the true value of the dollar, as far as I can determine with current statistics, is about 1/1700th of an ounce of gold. That means, and listen to this carefully, that means that the realistic price of gold should be today about $1,700 per ounce. Interesting, isn't it? All right. The next thing we'd have to do is require 100% gold behind all of our demand deposits. I believe that all banks should be required by law to hold 100% gold reserve behind its M1 money supply. That's the demand deposits. Now, this will make bank runs impossible, and it will greatly stabilize the money supply. Now, I have to admit, for the purists among you, a law really shouldn't be necessary. All we should really have to do is require the banks to honor their contracts, just like any other business. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have become so accustomed to making exceptions for the banking industry that it is now probably quite necessary to legislate a return to honesty and sanity. And finally, we need to abolish the FIDC and the FSLIC. These institutions offer false hope and false security to the American people. Let these financial institutions, the banks and the savings and loan associations, obtain private insurance if they feel there's a need to reassure their depositors. Private insurance could be made available at very reasonable prices. But of course, the insurers would take a hard look at the institutions they were insuring. The weak banks and S&Ls simply wouldn't be able to get insurance. And that would be an excellent way for the public to evaluate those institutions. There are, of course, many other needed reforms, but I'd like to ask you this question. Do you really think that these reforms are going to happen immediately or in the very near future? I'm sorry to say, I do not think they're going to happen. The level of enlightenment and public understanding in these matters today, it just isn't going to happen. Even if they were to happen at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, we would still be in for big trouble, because the process of monetary destruction already has gone too far. So let's turn to the second view into the future. That is the pessimistic scenario. I'd like to warn you in advance that the scenario I'm about to give you, I do not believe is going to unfold, although it could. But nevertheless, this is a possibility. There could be a trigger event. Any event which causes a run on the banking system, demanding withdrawal of 1% or more of bank deposits, could be that event. Now, that could be a collapse of several large U.S. corporations or savings and loan associations. But more likely, I think, it would be the failure of another major bank in the United States or in Europe or even in Hong Kong, brought about by the default of loans to third world and communist regimes. Because unfortunately, our destiny in America now is intertwined with the rest of the world. The professionals will act first. You see, money market funds are managed by professionals who watch market conditions very closely. They're up at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning getting the latest reports, and they're on the job, while most Americans are sleeping. Now, even though they exude confidence in the system to their clients, most of them are aware of the problem, even more so than you might think. and they will be quick to react to the first sign of a crisis. They will withdraw their funds as quickly as possible, first from the particular bank in trouble, and ultimately out of banks altogether, and probably into Treasury certificates. Money market funds are the largest depositors in banks, so this exodus of deposits will be a catastrophic event. Then we could have the domino effect. A write-down of $4 billion to $5 billion on just one Latin American loan would equal about 10% of the entire net worth of the 171 largest U.S. banks. The publicity given to such an event would be fantastic. The collapse of one major money center bank would lead quickly to the others and to all of the smaller banks that depend on them for their own accounts. Of course, by the time the public catches on, the major action will already have taken place. By the time the public comes to their bank to get their money, there simply will be no money to give. Now, why is that? That's true because there just isn't enough cash. There is not enough cash in the vaults of all the banks to meet the demand of the public. Realize that most money consists only of magnetic impulses in the computer. Of all the money that exists, only about 5% is in coin or currency. And most of that is already outside of the banks, in cash registers, in pocketbooks, and in mattresses. That's where it is, not in the banks. The amount held by the banks is about 1/2%. The amount of currency required to handle a major run on the banks couldn't possibly be produced in time to meet that demand. You see, the Treasury's printing presses already are running 24 hours a day just to keep pace with existing demand. So you can imagine what would happen when the public lines up and they want to convert all of their checkbook money into cash. It simply cannot happen. So what will happen? The FDIC and the FSLIC simply will be paralyzed. The funds behind these organizations can only cover about 1% of their liabilities. Did you know that? All of this talk about your account being insured up to $100,000, don't worry, folks, the government is right behind you. The FDIC and the FSLIC funds can only cover about 1% of their liabilities. In time of crisis, of course, these funds could be legislatively expanded very quickly, which would represent massive inflation, by the way. But that also would take time, and there still wouldn't be enough money printed to supply the demand. And so I think if this unfolds, what we will see then is the declaration of a bank holiday, a nice word for meaning a closing of the banks by government decree, in order to protect the banks, of course. Government and banking spokesmen will assure the public that everything is all right and that the only problem is the irrational behavior of a few alarmists. No one will believe them. Long lines of angry depositors will form at the banks. Bank employees will be threatened. Bomb threats will be made. Violence will break out. Police will be assigned to protect the banks. Possibly even the National Guard will be called up. People will no longer accept checks. Cash will become extremely valuable. Businesses will not be able to borrow money to continue operations. The entire economy will grind to a halt. Finally, the banks will be officially closed for a specific period to allow the cabal time to implement its plan. In this pessimistic scenario, we are assuming that the public is uninformed, and therefore we have to assume that the public will not understand the true causes of the crisis. Those of you who have protected themselves will be resented by the public. You will be called hoarders, speculators, and exploiters. Those who tried to warn their friends will be blamed for bringing on the collapse by their lack of faith in the American system. It'll be your fault, you see. Politicians will rise to the challenge and offer sweeping reform of the system, similar to what happened in 1913 when the Federal Reserve System was created, supposedly as reform. I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, politicians will not sit by and allow the country to slip into a depression, no matter how necessary or short-lived it would be, because In this pessimistic scenario, in which we assume the public is uninformed, such politicians would be swept out of office. And so we must conclude that the money supply will be greatly expanded by the Federal Reserve System. The purpose will be to flood the economy with new credit to ease the shortage of money. This process, by the way, already was started before the 1984 elections, and right now is gaining momentum. The FDIC and the FSLIC will be inundated with money. The Federal Reserve System literally will flood the banks and savings and loans with fiat money. It will take several weeks to meet the demand, but eventually all small depositors will receive currency to cover their withdrawal slips. Money market funds and individuals with deposits over $100,000 will probably not be fully paid, but their numbers will be small, and pleasing the largest numbers of voters will be the name of the game. With money in their pockets at last, most people will perceive that the crisis is over, and bankers and politicians will publicly congratulate each other at the wisdom of their actions. Then what will happen? I believe we will see dishonest accounting become legalized. In 1982, for example, the government allowed the savings and loan industry to conceal the fact that this industry was bankrupt even then by writing off their bad loans and actual losses over a 40-year period, rather than showing the total in the actual year in which they were incurred. Can you imagine that? Writing off a loss over 40 years. Now, this didn't change reality, but it deceived the public and postponed the inevitable distribution of losses. The planners behind this scheme assumed that certainly within 40 years, inflation would have returned like a roaring lion, and these losses would have been washed away through inflation. I believe that a similar device will be used to allow the banks to conceal their condition of bankruptcy by writing off their losses over 30 years or 40 years or 100 years, whatever it takes. Creative accounting of this kind also will not solve the problem completely, but it merely will buy additional time for the cabal to implement its final solution. What is the final solution? That will be to transfer all of the banking losses to the taxpayer. Now remember, the losses are real, and they must eventually be taken by someone. In this pessimistic scenario, I am assuming the public will remain ignorant of the mechanism of central banking, and therefore the cabal will have absolutely no difficulty transferring those losses to the taxpayer. Now, this could be accomplished in three ways. One way would be the outright guarantee of repayment to cover the bank's losses. The second would be to purchase the bad loans by the Treasury or the Federal Reserve. The third way would be to provide something called capital certificates to the banks, which could be converted into money at the time there is a loan default. Now, this capital certificates business has the advantage of being obscure, but it's essentially the same as outright guarantee of the repayment. Now, this has already happened in June of 1985 when the FSLIC issued capital certificates to failing savings and loan associations. And so I believe this will probably be the path that they will follow. Now, somewhere along the line, ladies and gentlemen, a new multicolored U.S. currency will be issued. Now, there currently is a great deal of talk about this supposedly as a means of combating counterfeiters and organized crime. This is camouflage. The cabal, which will issue this new currency, constitutes the greatest example of counterfeiting and organized crime the world has ever seen. I believe it is likely that the new currency will be issued at the time there is a bank holiday. Now, samples of this money have already been produced, and it's possible, in fact, I think it's even likely, that large quantities of this money are already stored, awaiting just such a contingency. Now, it's true, large amounts of Federal Reserve notes also could be stored for this purpose, but the new money is more likely, in my opinion, because it will serve other purposes as well. And there are 8 definite purposes. Number 1, a smaller quantity will mask inflation. By exchanging 10 or 20 old dollars for one new dollar, a much smaller supply of money will suffice. Now, this will tend to obscure the reality of inflation because each new dollar will be more valuable, or it will be perceived as more valuable than the old. 2, deeper changes in the monetary system can be obscured. I believe there will be a great deal of publicity given to the new money, and the public will be fascinated by the process. All you will be able to see and hear on the radio and the electronic news media is the discussion of the new money. And this will tend to divert attention away from far more important and fundamental changes being made at the same time. 3, the leadership image can be enhanced, because such a dramatic innovation can be offered to the public as evidence that our leaders are really doing something. 4, potential troublemakers will be identified. You see, the government doesn't like individuals to use cash. This allows them to escape many types of surveillance and control, and those who bring in large amounts of cash for exchange will be automatically suspect, and I believe they will be placed into the master computer for future special attention. 5, stem the private international movement of capital. Very important. All bank transactions today are part of a computer record open to government monitoring. This makes it easy to monitor and restrict the movement of funds from one country to another. Now, in the past, even though there are laws to prohibit it, it was easy for individuals to move their money on their persons or by carrier to offshore banking havens or for investment in more secure markets overseas. The new currency is said to have metallic threads embedded in it to trigger security and X-ray devices at airports and other international terminals. And believe me, ladies and gentlemen, they fully intend to put a stop to this kind of international movement of capital. 6, confiscate large cash holdings. It's possible that individuals will have to obtain government authorization to be allowed to exchange large amounts of currency. Those without demonstrable need possibly will lose everything over a modest figure. This has happened in other countries, and it could easily happen here too. 7, clamp down on underground economy. A recent congressional study revealed that about $85 billion in cash is never put into the banks. That represents approximately $1,545 in cash for each household, a tremendous amount. It's also a fact that $100 bills are the fastest growing denomination of currency and already account for almost 1/3 of the value of all currency in circulation. $100 bills. Now, that is not the currency of exchange. That's the currency of hoarding. Now, this is partly due to inflation, but mostly due to private holdings by people who frankly distrust the banks and possibly distrust the government. This fact can be seen very clearly in strike-bound cities. After the paychecks stop coming in, it's not at all unusual for idle workers to be seen making purchases with large denomination bills, mostly 50s and $100 bills. But reason number 8, in my opinion, perhaps is the most important reason to the cabal for bringing out a new currency at this time. And that is because it is a necessary transition to a world currency. The new money will get the public used to the concept of change and also to the loss of traditional American symbols on their money. Now, this is a necessary psychological transition to the acceptance of an international currency, which of course is the ultimate goal. Only with an international currency issued by an international central bank will the cabal be able to control the entire world economy without danger of some countries or some individuals within those countries escaping their influence. So what are the consequences of this pessimistic scenario? There are 2 major ones. First, we will see hyperinflation. The money supply will grow by the amount of the bailout plus the amount of deficit for welfare, subsidies, and other protectionist measures supposedly offered to cure the effects of previous protectionist measures. This will start as double-digit inflation and rapidly escalate in my opinion, to over 500%. It could go over 1,000% before the cabal offers its final reform of international currency. And the other consequence will be price, wage, and profit controls imposed, supposedly to stop inflation. Now, this probably will be done by direction of a president who says that he is opposed to the measure. You must remember, most of our wars have been declared by presidents who publicly proclaimed they didn't like war and promised to keep us out of war. Most of our biggest deficit budgets are offered by presidents who came into office claiming that they would put an end to budget deficits. And you must remember that in 1971, President Nixon, who said he hated price controls, was the first president to introduce price controls when inflation reached the, quote, intolerable, end quote, level of 4%. So in short, the bailout will not eliminate the losses. The bailout will merely transfer those losses and multiply them in the process from the communist and third world countries and from the owners of the banks to the American tax-paying middle class. It will wipe out all their savings, their insurance funds, and most of the equity positions in their homes and businesses. History teaches that hyperinflation is fertile ground for seeds of violent revolution. Despair led people to grasp at the promises of Lenin in Russia, Hitler in Germany, and Mao Zedong in China. The pattern continues today in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The United States is not immune. In this country, the desperate and uninformed will be attracted to the revolutionary rhetoric of communism, believing that their woes were caused by a decadent capitalist system. There will be terrorism and revolutionary insurgency. But in my opinion, ladies and gentlemen, these movements will not succeed in overthrowing the government. Their primary effect will be to frighten the American people into accepting totalitarian measures supposedly to quell the revolution. This also will allow the cabal to appear moderate in its ultimate destruction of our constitutional rights. Increased government regulations, supposedly to restore public order and economic stability, will become a way of life. There will be no opportunity for citizen protest or opposition. Americans will learn that one cannot have political or personal freedom without economic freedom, and we will have lost both. Now, what lies at the end of that road? I believe it was clearly envisioned by George Orwell in his book 1984. In my opinion, only the date was in error with that book. He foresaw collectivization of the masses, thought control, the impossibility of rebellion, and an ultra-elite directing a so-called stable society. The Rothschild formula was the primary method of control, according to Orwell: war and the threat of war. The world was divided into three hostile regions. He called them Oceania, Eurasia, and East Asia. Orwell explains with these words, quote, "Actually, the three philosophies are barely distinguishable, and the social systems which they support are not distinguishable at all. Everywhere there is the same pyramidal structure, the same worship of a semi-divine leader, the same economy existing by and for continuous warfare. It follows that the three superstates not only cannot conquer one another, but would gain no advantage by doing so. On the contrary, so long as they remain in conflict, they prop up one another like three sheaves of corn. And as usual, the ruling groups of all three powers are simultaneously aware and unaware of what they're doing. Their lives are dedicated to world conquest, but they also know that it is necessary that the war should continue everlastingly and without victory. War, it will be seen, is now a purely internal affair. In the past, the ruling groups of all countries, although they might recognize their common interest and therefore limit the destructiveness of war, did fight against one another, and the victor always plundered the vanquished. In our own day, they are not fighting against one another at all. The war is waged by each ruling group against its own subjects, and the object of the war is not to make or prevent conquests of territory, but to keep the structure of society intact." End quote. And now perhaps we are able, ladies and gentlemen, to solve the Red China riddle. Why would the United States, which according to Orwell would be called Oceania, after having built the Soviet Union, called Eurasia, having built the Soviet Union into a credible military foe, now embark on the same course on behalf of Red China, East Asia? Orwell solves the riddle. To divide the world into three hostile totalitarian states which will be forever at war with each other. To provide the existence of a supposed external threat to motivate loyalty from their citizens, to justify totalitarian control, and thus to ensure that the three systems will remain stable, as they call it, that is, without internal dissent. To bring this up to date, let's take a look at something called the Report from Iron Mountain. This was a think tank study on alternate ways for a government to control its citizens, or in other words, to stabilize society, without war. They said, here we are at a time in history when it's possible that we could form a world government and through disarmament prevent war. Now, how can we control our citizens in the absence of war? And the conclusion of this think tank study was that there was no substitute for war. The report was commissioned in the fall of 1963 by an unnamed government agency. The evidence points quite clearly at the Defense Department under the personal direction of then Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara. The report was not intended for public release, but fortunately a copy was leaked to the press by one of the members of the group that wrote it, and it was published for public consumption by Delta Books in 1967. It was clear from the later events that unfolded and became public that the report was prepared under a grant to the Hudson Institute. Now, that's a think tank located at Croton-on-Hudson in New York. It's located at the base of Iron Mountain. Now, Iron Mountain is interesting because it envelops a massive nuclear shelter for hundreds of large U.S. corporations. Now, most of these companies use the shelter for the storage of important documents, but several of them also maintain emergency corporate headquarters there. Such companies as Standard Oil, manufacturers Hanover Trust, and Shell Oil maintain corporate headquarters inside that mountain. The question arose, is the report authentic? When it was published, the White House was quick to deny that it was authentic. The Washington Post called it a delightful satire, and so did Herman Kahn, who was director of the Hudson Institute. And so all of the right people said that it was a fraud. But on November 26, 1967, the report from Iron Mountain was reviewed in the same Washington Post by Herschel McLandris. Now, Herschel McLandris is a pseudonym for Harvard professor John Kenneth Galbraith. Now, Galbraith said that he knew firsthand of the report's authenticity because he had been invited to participate in it. Now, although he wasn't able to be part of the official group, he was consulted from time to time. And he also had been asked to keep the entire project secret. This is what Galbraith wrote, quote, "As I would put my personal repute behind the authenticity of this document, so would I testify to the validity of its conclusions. My reservations relate only to the wisdom of releasing it to an obviously unconditioned public." End quote. So you get the picture? He participated in this. He knows it's valid. He agrees with its conclusions. He just thinks that the public is too stupid to understand it. So now, what did this report really say? First of all, it stated that the authors agreed that morality could not be allowed as a factor in their deliberations. They threw out all questions of good and evil, whether life was good and death was bad, whether destruction was bad or anything. The only good which they could allow as a moral question in this study was the survival and stability of the government. Whatever caused society to be stable and to survive was good. Anything which caused it to disintegrate was bad. Then they said that war in the past had been the only means by which governments had been able to perpetuate themselves. And then they asked the question, is it possible now to find a substitute for war under the possibility of world government and disarmament? Under such conditions without war, what would the government do, they asked themselves. What could the government do to perpetuate itself? What are the possible alternatives to war? And they listed 5 of them, or at least 5 categories. Incredible as it may seem, the first one was blood games. As in ancient Rome, they said that there's a certain mass passion that the people express when they see blood and killing and pain and anguish and conflict. Let the people work these things out in blood games. Perhaps violent sports could be expanded to fill this role. A second possibility. How about a war against environmental pollution? Let's get everybody worried about the environment and a war against pollution. Raise that to the level of a war against a real physical enemy. And they said even if necessary, they would consider deliberately poisoning the environment to make the threat more credible. Third possibility. How about civilian work armies? Let's call poverty the enemy. We'll raise work armies to conquer poverty. And also they said it could serve a very important secondary purpose, and that is to discipline society's dissidents. If you don't like what's going on, you might be conscripted into a work army. And they described this in plain English, and these are their words, a modern, sophisticated form of slavery. That's their phrase. 4. How about the threat of invasion from outer space? Maybe that will do it. And they said that experiments with this may already have been tried. And 5th, they said if no perceptible threat is found to exist of sufficient magnitude, it will be necessary to invent one. The report concluded with these words, quote, when asked how best to prepare for the advent of peace, we must first reply as strongly as we can that the war system cannot responsibly be allowed to disappear until 1, we know exactly what it is we plan to put in its place, and 2, we are certain beyond reasonable doubt that these substitute institutions will serve their purposes in terms of the survival and stability of society. It is uncertain at this time whether peace will ever be possible. It is far more questionable that it would be desirable even if it were demonstrably attainable. End quote. So there you have, ladies and gentlemen, the end of the pessimistic scenario. The future world would be nothing short of universal serfdom and perpetual war. And it could be in our lifetime. If it does become reality, then there will be no economic survival for any of us. Even those who manage to profit from making the right moves within the various investment markets, or perhaps I should say especially those people, will be in virtual chains. Now, will it happen? Well, it could, but as I said a moment ago, I think not. Remember, this is a survival seminar, which means that it is based on the assumption that we will not become modern serfs. Now, it's true that the further we travel towards serfdom, the more difficult and painful will be the turnaround. So the question is, if the optimistic scenario is too optimistic and the pessimistic scenario is too pessimistic, then what is the scenario for survival? And is it, in fact, a realistic one? We will turn to that question next. We now focus our view on what I consider to be a realistic scenario for the future. Now, that does not mean that it is a likely scenario, because I don't think it is. But it is realistic in the sense that it is possible. It's important to get this distinction. It is going to require a gigantic effort on the part of everyone in this room. But considering the alternative, we should all be thankful that at least we have the possibility to survive in freedom. Now, education, quite frankly, is the key. The outcome depends not so much on making the right moves in the various investment markets, but on how successful we are in the battle for men's minds. We must save the system, or all else is a gigantic waste of time. Unless the American people understand the nature of a central bank, the operation of the Mandrake mechanism, and the fraud of fiat money, they will not insist upon the reforms needed for survival, nor will they be able to withstand the propaganda in times of economic crisis to say no to the consolidation of totalitarian power. The key to survival is an educational campaign to inform the electorate while there still is time. Now, what will an informed electorate demand? First of all, they will demand that we let the corrupt banks fall. When the bad loans are written off, all of the large money center banks will be recognized as bankrupt just by looking at their financial statements. These losses are real, and they must be taken by someone, as we've said several times. By following the principle of laissez-faire, losses will be taken by those who deserve to take them. Who are they? The owners of the banks, who are responsible for the bank's operating policy, and the depositors, who have not taken the trouble to inform themselves about their bank's solvency. Owners of the banks will be wiped out. It's estimated that total write-offs will run between $200 and $300 billion. The net worth of these banks is approximately $150 billion, which will be liquidated to partially satisfy the bank's creditors, including the depositors. After this, the losses that must be absorbed by the depositors themselves will be approximately $50 to $150 billion. Now, this will be reduced slightly by the amount of money that truly is available in the FDIC and the FSLIC. The net loss to the depositors, therefore, will actually be quite modest, estimated at between 10% to 20% of their deposits. Note, however, that not all depositors will fare equally. Those in small regional banks with conservative investment portfolios may lose little or nothing, while those in the large banks could lose 75% to 90% of their deposits. Now, the next thing that the informed electorate will demand is to let the inefficient corporations fall also. You see, many of the largest corporations have become quite inefficient. They survive today only because of government protection and subsidy, plus favorable credit policies extended by the banking interests that control them. The British financial weekly, The Economist, published a study showing that $1 spent for research and development by a small company produces 24 times as much revenue as $1 spent by a corporate giant. Almost all new jobs currently are being created by small or medium-sized companies. There has been no increase in employment by the nation's top 500 companies since 1977. Government subsidy of inefficient companies, and I might add of inefficient labor. This subsidy is largely responsible for America's loss of industrial leadership in the world. These companies are a drain on the economy, and they must be allowed to fall to make way for new and more efficient enterprises. In the short run, the results will be painful for most people. Let's face it. Factories will close. There will be high unemployment. The money supply will contract sharply, resulting in falling prices of both goods and labor. That means falling wages as well. Those who are purchasing property on credit will find that its new value could be less than what they owe on it. The stock market will drop, and paper fortunes will disappear back into the inkwell from which they came in the first place. Lifestyles will be lowered, and there will be widespread hardship. As bad as these conditions may be, ladies and gentlemen, we should hope and pray that they do come to pass. Because if they do not, That means that the cabal has finally consolidated total control over the economy and our lives, that the operation of the free market has been completely replaced by totalitarian directives which simply forbid economic disruptions by edict. Remember, there's no inflation or unemployment or poverty in the Soviet Union or Red China because the government says there isn't, regardless of how awful the conditions are. And if you publicly disagree, you will soon be convinced to do otherwise. If we do not experience the pain of adjustment back to a free and honest monetary system, we shall suffer the far greater pain of living under the heel of totalitarianism. There's an apparent contradiction here. Earlier I said that I didn't think the needed reforms were going to be made in time to avert a major crisis. Now I'm saying that with a sufficiently energetic educational effort, the electorate will in fact demand most, if not all, of those reforms. Now both are correct, but note that the key issue here is when these reforms are going to be made. I'm saying that they will not be made in time to avert a monetary crisis, but they can be made in time to avert slipping into totalitarianism. And this distinction is crucial to an understanding of our very difficult job that lies ahead. A lot of people want to know, when will the crisis occur? When is it coming? What is the date? And it reminds me of the story told to me by a friend who was raised in the northern part of the Midwest in the Farm Belt. And he told how every fall his father would chop the wood and put it away, repair the roof on the barn, and make sure that the windows of the house were sealed. His mother would put away the food goods, and they would get ready for the winter, and they would prepare for the storm. They knew the storm was coming. They didn't worry about the date. It was enough to know that it was coming. And when it did come, they were ready. I think we need to take that attitude in preparing for the economic storm that lies ahead. We need to begin our preparations immediately, without worrying over the exact date of the crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, the date is not important. The fact is the storm is coming, and we had better get ready for it. So where do we start? All of this is very theoretical so far. Let's get down to specific suggestions regarding what each one of us can do now to prepare for the economic storm. Now, what follows is a distillation of the opinions and wisdom of many economists, particularly of the Austrian school. These are men who have written on the subject and have talked on it, and very little of it is original with me. I have added my own concepts, a few here and a few there, but primarily of organization and the addition of specific worksheets and formulas, which I hope will make the process easier to understand and to apply. Now, we are going to approach the financial plan at two different levels. We're going to talk about general concepts and then, secondly, formulas and worksheets. As far as general concepts are concerned, I will suggest first a strategical overview of your plan, then the establishing of separate funds for specific purposes, and third, the analysis of the categories and types of investments that would be well suited for those funds. And then I will provide worksheets for the calculation of the value of your assets and your investable income and the allocation of these to the various funds. Now, a sample worksheet is included in the syllabus as a guide, but there's also a blank sheet at the back of the syllabus which you can use at home. I would suggest that when you are filling in your own numbers that you keep the blank sheet as an original and make photocopies, because you undoubtedly will want to change these figures from time to time. I'd like to point out that we will discuss categories of investments and the pros and cons of types of investments within those categories, but when it comes to an analysis of the specific options within each of those types, that, frankly, is beyond the scope of this seminar. It's long enough as it is. In other words, we will discuss, for example, investments for income, and we will analyze the pros and cons of blue-chip stocks and commercial real estate as income producers in times of crisis. But we will not be telling you to buy IT&T or dump your real estate investment trust. In these choices, especially with regard to their tax consequences in your unique situation, you should seek the services of a professional financial planner, someone who not only is a specialist in his field, but who is able to sit down with you and devote extensive time to analyzing your personal situation. It is our intent, however, with these funds and formulas to get you at least halfway to your objective, so that when you sit down with your analyst, you will be ready for him and you can tell him what you want rather than depend totally upon his overview of what lies ahead. So let's take a look at the plan. Actually, there are 5 steps in the successful formulation of any financial plan. First, you must take an inventory of your present assets. Then you must determine what portion of your current income can be set aside for conversion into future assets. Then you must identify your specific investment objectives. Fourth, you must develop a formula for applying your assets and investable income to the achievement of those objectives. And fifth, which of course is the most important step, you must implement the formula. In other words, don't just plan it, actually do it. You have no idea how many people will take the first 4 steps, but when it gets around to actually doing something about it, the plan stays in the drawer, which is of very little help to them. So what about taking inventory? The best way to show the value of your assets is to construct a statement of net worth, as it's called, which is essentially the same as the traditional balance sheet that's used in the financial statement of any business firm. Now, there's no absolute format for this. So long as it shows both assets and liabilities, net worth can be calculated as the difference between the two. And I have shown in the syllabus a sample statement of net worth. You can look at that later at your leisure. I believe you'll find it quite self-explanatory. Now, we turn to the necessity of gathering information together on index cards. Now, if you're a computer whiz, you can find ways to do this on computer, but I'm assuming that we're not going to use computers, so we'll use the manual method, and it's probably the better method for most people anyway. In order to make entries in the statement of net worth, you have to have the data for each item, and it must be kept up to date. And the best way to do that is to make an index card or sheet of paper for each asset, or in some cases groups of assets, with a space for periodical updates. And again, in the syllabus, you will see samples of these asset records. You'll notice right away that a certain amount of time is going to be required for this process. You're going to have to sit down and spend a little time each week and each month, and we haven't even come to the formulas and the calculations yet. But there's just no way around this. Actually, it's not as bad as it seems at first, especially after you get the system up and going. A little more time is required to get your cards worked up, but after that, it's really not so bad. It won't even take as much time as most people spend reading the paper or watching the evening news. And frankly, in my opinion, this is much more important. In fact, after a while, you'll even find that it becomes fun to monitor your portfolio and watch the figures change. And we hope they change upward, and not downward. But watch the figures change and to really know what your estate is worth. It can become a very exciting and rewarding pastime. Well, the next step in preparing your financial plan is to analyze your current income and to determine how much of it can be set aside for conversion into additional assets. In other words, how much of your earnings is left over after your living expenses. Of course, there are many who will say that that's the problem. There's nothing left over. But in truth, we all find the money for the things we really want. It's a question only of priorities. As I said earlier, we must reset our priorities, and first things have to be put first. We must remind ourselves how important survival really is compared to other demands for our spendable dollars. It's the assumption of this seminar that each of us have at least some portion of our current income that can be applied to an investment for the future. And we shall call this investable income. If you will look in your syllabus on page Roman 11.9, you will find the formula which I suggest for determining the investable income. Please note the line there on monthly support of voter education. I'll be talking more about that at the very close of the seminar, but I want to emphasize now that if you do not intend to invest in informing your fellow Americans, you do not have the picture. You do not have a serious investment plan for the future, because frankly, without that, there will be no future. Now, the next step in the development of your financial plan is to identify your investment objectives. Now, there are many ways of approaching investment objectives, but I have chosen to identify those objectives which I believe can be applied to all persons and over most of their lifespan, and regardless of their marital or parental status. Objectives which are so broad that if we can accomplish them, our smaller objectives will fall into place. Let's identify those and establish separate funds designed to accomplish each of them. And I see 5 different investment objectives and 5 different funds. Number 1, we want to be able to handle the payment of routine living expenses in a convenient and efficient manner. For this, we shall establish the operating fund. 2, we want to have money for expenses that we know are coming in the future, such as the education of our children, the replacement of furniture and appliances, home repairs, the acquisition of new consumer goods, auto replacement, vacations, non-insured medical bills, and predictable emergencies. This is investment for deferred spending, and for this we shall establish the savings fund. 3, we want to have income in addition to our wages so we can improve our present standard of living and also provide a cushion for retirement when wages stop altogether. For this, we shall establish the income fund. 4, we want to have the good fortune to become truly wealthy and to create a substantial estate to pass on to our children or to a worthy cause. This objective is difficult to attain unless one is earning an impressive salary and can accumulate wealth simply through sheer earning power. The only other way to accomplish this objective is through high-risk investment. For the hardy ones who are determined to travel this road, we shall need the speculation fund. If you prefer to call it the estate fund, I have no objection to that, but let's not forget the identity of it. In essence, it is really a speculation fund. And 5, we want to protect ourselves from losing everything through hyperinflation and collapse of the monetary system. And for this, we shall establish the protection fund. Now let's take a close look at each of these funds and see what kinds of investments are best suited to them. Take the operating fund first. The first thing to notice is that this fund is not for investment or to make money. It's purely for the convenient payment of bills through the mail or by telephone. Checking accounts with banks or savings and loans are okay for this purpose. Now remember, generally not the larger banks and not the older savings and loans, which have their investments tied up in questionable real estate values. I'd like to point out that at the back of the syllabus, we have a list of the banks and the savings and loan associations which are the strongest and the weakest. I would suggest you consult that list carefully, and if you find that your bank or savings loan in which you are interested is not on the list, I have also shown the names and addresses of various reporting agencies which can give you a detailed analysis of any financial institution in America. The prices are reasonable. What you need to do is to check their loan-to-asset ratios, and particularly their ratio of loans to foreign countries, or their ratio of mortgages issued in the 1970s, if such information is available, and generally it is. Now, for convenience of payment, credit cards are okay, but I do not recommend that you use credit cards for borrowing. If you find that debt is absolutely necessary, then interest rates generally are lower from other sources. And many people, of course, will wish to use no checking accounts at all. An alternate approach is not to have these accounts, but to use cash to purchase money orders or cashier's checks as needed. This, of course, is not as convenient, but it is far safer and provides greater privacy. All right, the protection fund. This fund is not for investment either. Now, this is very difficult for some people to understand. They want to know, how much money am I going to make if I invest in gold or silver or something like that? And if I'm not going to make money, or if I didn't make money the last 3 years or the last year, then I wasn't successful in my objective. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a protection fund. You do not expect to make a profit on your health insurance premiums. You spend that money out each month and each year, and you never expect to have it back, and you hope that you never get any of it back through a claim. The purpose is insurance. You don't rejoice when you receive payment on a large health claim, even if the amount exceeds the cost of your premiums, because that means you've suffered a grave illness or injury. You're lying in a hospital bed. And by the same token, we should not rejoice if the price of gold goes up, because the apparent profit is merely a mirage. It's a sign of the destruction of the purchasing power of our money supply. And with that, the value of our savings and our insurance and many other things that we have will be going down. Now, the price of insurance goes up as the likelihood of the event being insured against increases. The cost of life insurance to a 95-year-old man is very high, but it is fair. The closer we draw to the event of economic collapse, the greater will be the demand for tangible assets, such as gold or silver, to replace paper money, and the higher will be the price of such assets. Generally speaking, the price is always correct, because it reflects the probability and thus the value of the asset's utility. That's merely the free market at work. So in reality, ladies and gentlemen, we don't need to worry so much about the price. The price is always correct. Daily or even monthly fluctuations in the price of gold or silver are not important. It is only the long-term trend that counts. Assuming there are no unusual political factors placing unnatural stresses on the supply or demand, then any time is the right time to buy. And as we draw closer to the monetary abyss, the cost of protection will rise sharply. And so the sooner the insurance is purchased, the less expensive it will be. Now, you can take a look at the chart there in the syllabus for a review of what I consider to be suitable investments for the protection fund. I'd like to call your attention particularly to the second line, which is food and other consumable necessities. A most important point that many people overlook, the subject of food. At the back of the syllabus, I have enclosed a food report, which will give you the result of my study on this issue. I think everyone ought to have at least a 6-month supply of food for their family, even if you don't follow the pessimistic scenario. You know, having a food supply is a good idea. You never know when you're going to be thrown out of work. You never know when you'll be ill and lose work because of illness. And I think we all have an obligation in our productive years to put aside those things that are necessary so that in times of adversity we don't have to fall back on the charity of our friends or society. But even beyond that, ladies and gentlemen, I think when you look realistically at the world around you, the possibility of having to use a food supply is exceedingly high. And I think it's an excellent investment. You know, you may put away a large amount of money, and then when the grocery stores suddenly don't have any food in them, and we've seen that happen to a small degree, even with a truckers' strike or the threat of a hurricane or something like that, and that's nothing compared to what could happen to the grocery stores in the event of a major crisis. But we put away our money, and we think that we're going to be able to buy food with it, but you know, no matter how much money we have, if there's no food in the grocery stores, your money is of no value whatsoever. Whereas those who have food put aside will always be able to exchange it for money. And so in a very real sense, I say that in times of crisis, food can be more valuable than gold. Well, then we turn to the savings fund. Now, that fund has to produce a return on investment equal to inflation or slightly higher, but probably not much higher because it must be secure. Now, the savings fund doesn't have to be as safe as the protection fund, but it needs to be as safe as possible, consistent with the requirement for at least a modicum of interest or growth in capital value to keep up with inflation. Now, since the purpose of the fund is to provide money for future spending, at least some of it has to be highly liquid. And this liquidity, too, will be a factor in determining a relatively low yield. But that's the price you have to pay for safety and liquidity. Now, it's important to know that the items in this fund should not be used as collateral for debt. These have to be free and clear. Remember, this is for deferred spending. These are items you are going to need in the future. Now, you can make a decision that, well, half of it I'll put up for the future. Maybe my fund has been a little fat when I set it up. Maybe I don't really need all that. These are decisions you will have to make. But I recommend that if you have analyzed your needs for the savings fund correctly and haven't made it too large, then it would be to your advantage not to encumber that fund with debt. Now, if you have overfulfilled that fund, then the amount which you have in it, which is over your formula, you may want to consider as collateral for other investments. There's one correction I would like to make. If you have a syllabus which shows money market funds down under the more cautious investments, I would like you to add that to item number 3, or line number 3 under suitable investments. If you make this proviso, money market funds which are 100% in treasury bills, I consider to be very suitable for this kind of an investment. But if the money market funds are in other kinds of short-term securities, including repos and that kind of thing, they're definitely down in the second section under more cautious investments. It depends on where those money market funds are invested. And I think that chart is self-explanatory. Now, income fund. Now, this fund has to produce a return on investment in terms of current income or growth in equity, which is substantially higher than inflation, because you need income from this, real income, not just mirage income. Your real income is the difference between inflation and the interest growth. A rate of 2 times inflation, I think, is not a bad formula to use as a guide. Higher rates usually carry substantially higher risks, and I think they would probably be better suited for the speculation fund. Remember, the higher the yield, the greater the risk. Now, this fund may be used as collateral for debt. Leverage is quite acceptable here, but I would like to advise you, please don't become emotionally attached to your holdings in this fund, because it is quite possible in the scenario that lies ahead that you could lose these assets. The objective here is positive cash flow. It is income, not ownership. And again, I think you will find the suggested suitable investments self-explanatory, so let's move on then to the speculation fund. Now remember that we're talking about gaining quite a bit of money here, building a substantial estate through good fortune and some knowledge, but let's face it, a great deal of good fortune is at work here, and that means, of course, a great deal of risk. That means that this is not for everyone. You have to expect to lose everything in this fund. I didn't say be prepared to lose it, I said expect to lose it. There's quite an important difference there. Expect to lose everything in this fund. If you are not psychologically suited to high risk, please do not participate in speculative investments. I would suggest then that you put all of your money into the income fund and stop there. There's enough speculation even in that fund to satisfy most people. Now, debt is preferred for this, actually. I think you should use as much leverage as possible. That is called using OPM, or other people's money. Go into hot. Get as deeply in debt as you can, but remember, do not incur liabilities or claims against your other assets which are held in your savings fund especially. And finally, I would suggest that don't hang on too long. If you make a profit, take it. Don't wait until it peaks out, because no one really knows when you've hit the top of the market. And the biggest problem I have seen with people losing money with speculative investments is that they hang on too long. When you make a profit, sell it, get out of the market, and don't wait for the top. Take your profits and move on to the next investment. And finally, perhaps the best investment advice I can give you in this category is that a high degree of professionalism really is required. You know, your chances are slim anyway in the investment field. You're out there with a bunch of sharks and barracudas and professionals who work at this full time. They know every small aspect of the market, and you really don't stand much of a chance unless you too become relatively expert in your chosen investment field. So my suggestion is, if you're going to play the options market or If you're going into silver and gold mining stocks or penny stocks or any undeveloped real estate or venture capital or any of the things that I've talked about there, you had better be prepared to spend some time studying it. Now, if you do study it and you do feel that you become knowledgeable in those fields, then you do stand a chance, of course, of being competitive. But if you think you can just turn it over to someone else to make a decision for you, I think you're making a mistake. Now, what are the optimum values of these funds? I'd like to start off by saying that the formulas which I have offered there are obviously optional. It may appear to be complicated at first, and it may scare some people away, but it's not as complicated as it appears. Don't let the math discourage you. It's actually simple, and it can be done on your pocket calculator. Also, this isn't the only way to do the job. You may find that you'll want to alter this approach to suit your own needs, but the purpose of laying down these formulas here is because the basic concepts will remain the same. This is a mathematically precise way of arriving at the critical figures. It has a self-disciplining effect that is valuable in keeping us on the investment track once we get started. But for those of you who wish to fly by the seat of your pants and forget the formulas and just say, well, I got a feeling for this and a little bit of that, if you like to do your financial planning like a good cook in the kitchen, a little bit of this and a little dash of that, you'll be able to forget the formulas altogether and just rely on your best day-to-day judgments. I guess it's not necessary to go over these formulas here at the seminar. They are self-explanatory. I've given you a sample to follow to see how a hypothetical person would arrive at their optimum values for those various funds. The only caveat I might offer at this point is to say that once you have established the optimum value or sizes of your funds and also have completed compiling your index card records, you will come then face to face with reality. In all likelihood, your actual portfolio that really exists today will bear very little resemblance to your plan. And you must be willing to convert your assets into the proper categories. And you should do it as quickly as possible. There's no point in having a plan if you don't follow it. We have a couple of things to wrap up before we leave. There are a few questions that came into me that I thought you might be interested in answering very quickly. Somebody asked, how can we profit from the coming change of U.S. currency? My answer to that is you cannot if you have any of it. In other words, that's the whole reason for changing it, is to conceal the fact that the currency is becoming more and more worthless. So people who are holding on to currency or money in any form are going to be hurt, not by the change in the currency necessarily, but by the events that bring on the change in the currency. So the answer to that is you cannot profit from that except to get rid of that money and money-related investments as soon as possible. You want to be ahead of the crowd rather than at the tail end. Somebody asked, when the central bank creates money out of nothing, then loans it to the government and charges interest on it, what happens to all that interest? That's a very good question. It used to be historically that the central bank simply used the interest and lived off of it. Today, the mechanism is a lot more sophisticated than that. Actually, the Federal Reserve System returns back to the Treasury all of the interest which it earned on that national debt, which it did not need to operate the Federal Reserve System. Got that? So in other words, the taxpayer is running their deal for them, paying the total cost of operating the Federal Reserve System, which is their theft mechanism. It's all paid for out of taxes, and you can imagine what's buried in there, because those expenses are never audited and never have been, and it's illegal right now to audit them. So it's so who knows what's buried in there, but some money is actually turned back to the Treasury. And the point I want to make on that is that the profit that is being made by these members of the cabal is not anymore just limited to the interest on that money created out of nothing. The real action is what was demonstrated by Nathan Rothschild at the bond market in London. That is knowing in advance what the market is going to do. If you could read next week's Wall Street Journal, you wouldn't have any problems. These people not only read next week's Wall Street Journal, they write it. And so that's all you really need, and the profits, the potential profits from that kind of inside information and control are absolutely staggering. Now, my closing remarks will take exactly 6 minutes. Okay? I'd like to summarize and conclude the lesson and the message of this seminar. The American people have been subject to a quiet conquest by an invisible cabal using the secret science of money. We are now poised, in my opinion, on a repeat of the great duck dinner of 1929. Only this time, in my opinion again, it has to be much worse. People who had money in 1929 survived the Depression quite well. As a matter of fact, money was king. That's because their money was worth something. It was still backed by gold. This time around, the money supply is absolutely worthless. Although we are facing a similar crisis, this time we are facing a collapse of the monetary system in addition to the destruction of confidence and the flow of money. And it is my opinion that those who have a lot of money this time around will be the worst hit, and as I said in the brochure, those who have the most money at this time will jump from the highest buildings. The ultimate solution to the nation's economic problems is to allow the natural laws to reassert themselves and to restore reality in the marketplace, particularly in the marketplace of money. It'll be painful, it'll be very painful, but in the end we will recover, just as the alcoholic recovers from the binge and from his addiction. He doesn't like the drying out process, but once it's done, he can recover and go back and lead a normal life. As a nation, we can recover after the dry out, but we can't avoid the dry out. We've gone too far for that. But then, believe me, ladies and gentlemen, we can climb to new heights of prosperity and freedom, the likes of which we have never seen before. We can survive, we can even prosper from the coming storm by prudent action, but not unless we succeed in restoring the system. We must restore the system. And so the educational imperative that we face cannot be ignored. It must be the central part of any plan for survival. We must wage and we must win the war against ignorance. I'd like to ask you a rhetorical question. What is the point of trying to make the right decisions in the money markets if all your gains are going to be lost anyway? Why bother trying to preserve your assets only to have them confiscated by the state? And why bother trying to create personal wealth if by doing so you are merely setting yourself up as a target to be destroyed by envious mobs, whipped to frenzy by totalitarian demagogues? Have I exaggerated? I don't think so. Reflecting upon these all too real possibilities leads to an inescapable conclusion. We must restore the system of sound money and limited government before we can even dream of financial security. Now, the key to survival, therefore, is an enlightened electorate. If we are serious about economic survival, we'd better become equally serious about a massive educational program to reach the voting public. Now, the movement of popular sentiment at the present time is all in the wrong direction. And as long as that condition exists, Congress will continue to follow the present road to disaster. The key to survival is an enlightened electorate. Without that, everything else is a colossal waste of time. Because without that, my friends, we're all headed for what Orwell envisioned so clearly, a world of modern serfdom and perpetual war. So how do we get the message out? It's an ancient proverb that the longest journey begins with but a single step. And there's no better first step you can take than to acquire the right informational tools to make your job easier along the way. One of these is the audio cassette version of this seminar, which of course needs no further explanation to those of you who have just suffered through it. All I can add is that if you have not already done so, you should acquire one or several sets of these tapes to circulate among your friends. This requires relatively little effort on your part, and the cumulative effect of such continuing action can be extremely powerful. For example, if every person who attends this seminar or who hears it by tape would take it upon himself to make sure that each week just one new household was loaned a set of these tapes, then those who heard them in turn did the same, we could blanket the entire population of the United States in less than 2 months. Of course, that isn't going to happen because many people will not understand the message or take their part seriously. But ladies and gentlemen, even if only 15% respond to the challenge, 15%, now that's reasonable, we then could reach the majority of the voting population in less than a year. And that's all we really have to do, because when that happens, there will be a groundswell of public opinion, and Congress simply will have no choice but to respond. Even the worst of the politicians will not dare cross so many constituents. So it can be done. But the key is to keep those tapes moving. It will do no good to hide them in a drawer. Remember, one new household every week is the goal. I'd like to conclude with the story of the chicken and the pig who were talking behind the barn one day, and the subject came up about the difference between being involved and being committed. And the chicken said, well, yes, I know what you mean. Let's take the subject of ham and eggs, for example. Now, in a breakfast of that kind, said the chicken, I am really involved. And the pig grunted, and he said, yes, you may be involved, but, sister, I'm committed. So my advice to you, ladies and gentlemen, is become involved now while you can. Later on, you may find that you are committed to this crusade, whether you like it or not. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for coming to this seminar. You have been extremely patient and attentive. I hope that what you have learned will help you to become prosperous, and I especially hope that I have convinced you to join the team for a gigantic educational crusade to return prosperity and freedom to America. Thank you.